Okay. excuse me. Sorry about that. A little tired today. But, hello! Hi, yes. I'm gonna be speaking a little bit quieter, because the last few days have just been very, like... How do I put this? I feel like they've been a roller coaster. But yeah, like the last few days have just felt like a roller coaster of emotions. And then, like seriously, like like I've been kind of like, I don't want to say put through the ringer, because it's like, it's not like shit really happened, but it feels like it, to the point that I almost forgot, like, oh yeah, I have to do this tonight. Seriously, I'm not lying when I say, like, I feel exhausted. Like, I was so... Excuse me. Like, I felt so... Like, I was so tempted to, like... sleep more. But it's like, bruh, you slept for, like, 8 hours already. Don't go back to sleep. It's already after 3. You need to get up. And I'm like, okay, fine. I don't know if I want to go too deep into, like, what happened the last few days. Maybe, but not into too much detail. But, hope everyone's been doing good since last we met. It's been about a week. You know, and speaking of which, last week, if you're not aware, we did a Genshin Impact tier list stream where I genuinely did not... Sorry if you hear that, that's my cat using the litter box. But, I genuinely did not think that that stream was gonna be as long as it turned out to be. I need to fix my chair real quick. Excuse me. But yeah, I genuinely did not think that stream was gonna be as long as it turned out to be. Like, it... I thought it was gonna be, at least 3 hours. I knew it was gonna be at least over 3 hours because there were just so many characters, but it ended up being almost 5, which is insane. Okay, why is God, I really... Fuck, come on! I swear, I hate this chair sometimes. I'm trying to, like, adjust my chair to where it's, like, I don't feel uncomfortable, and it's hard because this chair is not great for these kinds of things. Alright, hopefully that's good. But yeah, like, that shit lasted, like, almost 5 hours. And it's just like, what the hell? But it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. And it is kind of interesting that, in the days since then, like, we've just, Genshin decides to release another patch, which is probably going to add more characters. And I will put those characters in the tier list, but I'm not going to, I'm not going to dedicate a stream to that. It would be very short otherwise. But I will update the tier list with those characters. and maybe like and maybe like talk about the results on here for a bit before moving on to the main event and all that. But yeah, so that's mainly what we did last week. And again, like, and for those wondering, the Genshin fandom has not found that stream yet, which is good. So I feel like I don't need to worry about it being found now. Maybe. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, we're probably not going to be spending too much time on this because I do want to get started right away in order to wake up a little bit. But as for why we're going back into Katawa Shoujo, I mean, we just need something wholesome, I think, to finish out this year. And because I quite literally have been, and because I just want to like relax a little bit, and I think the best way to do that is just some visual novel style stuff. So. But anyway, before we move on, I do need to say that it's like if you hear random noises in the background, that is my cat, who is either playing with her toys or is being a brat by jumping on everything and knocking stuff over because she still hasn't quite learned the concept of boundaries. I mean, thankfully she has been getting better, but we're still working on it, so. Like right now you're probably hearing her playing with her cat toy. But yeah, I think that's about it. I will do a recap once we get the game loaded up, so I would probably say let's just say goodbye to Firefox. We'll be seeing it again when it's time for the break. So bye bye Firefox. We will see you again. All right. Boop. Doop. I'm also. Oh Jesus, that came up really quick. I will admit though too. I actually didn't really like announce I was gonna be streaming this weekend. Oh, I was gonna say like what? All right. I should have actually tested this out. Does it work like that? No. Alright, that's good to know. So it is window capture. But yeah, I didn't really like announce that I was gonna be streaming this weekend because it's just like I think it, especially over like because the last few days have kind of just made me like not want to really interact with people. So yeah, I only really announced this on Twitter and that was about it. I didn't bother opening up Discord or Tumblr and being like, hey, I'm streaming, blah 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 blah. So I also noticed and I will this does relate. I actually forgot because it's been so long since I played Katawa Shoujo. I actually forgot what I had done. I had actually forgot what I'd done. So I was like, oh shit, I gotta rewatch the last stream because it's been a while. So I did, and I was like, okay, okay, okay. Like, I knew for a fact that we had moved on to, I knew for a fact that we had, moved onto Hanako's route. But I was like, okay, well, where did we leave off before that animatic animation? And I was like, okay, so we had just done the festival. All right. But yeah. So I guess for the recap. Oh wait, no, wait. Before that, yeah, I did also notice in the last stream that I didn't personally like how the game looked on the stream because I'm looking at OBS, right, and at least on OBS, I don't know how it's like on stream, is that there are black borders on, on either side of the game, and I think last year I didn't like that, so I decided to just like um uh edit the scene in a way that's like the game would fit the boundaries, so there would be no black borders. But then when I looked, at it last year, I don't know why it didn't occur to me then, but when I did that, the game just looked really stretched. Like, and it doesn't look good. So I think I'm just gonna leave it as is. But I will check YouTube right now to see if it looks alright. And that's without let's see. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. But anyway, so the recap. So last year, we started up Katawa Shoujo. And if you don't know what Katawa Shoujo is, it is a visual novel that came from 4chan of all places. And I'm not lying. It is made by people who I don't know if they frequent 4chan now, but back then they did. And basically, Katawa Shoujo is a visual novel where you play as Hisao Nakai, this guy right here. And he was recently diagnosed with a heart condition known as arrhythmia. And after suffering a heart attack, I believe, it's been a while. And because of his now what's the word I'm looking for? And now because of his heart condition, he has been transferred from his old school to a private school that is catered to teaching disabled kids called Yamaku Academy. And there he meets a few people, a lot of most of them are girls that serve to be his love interests. And from there you pick a girl that you want to date and you go on that and you try to romance her pretty much throughout the game. And there are 5 girls in total. And of course, the girl that you see right here is Hanako. I think her last name is Ikezawa. Hanako Ikezawa. And basically, and the way that she was chosen, well, we just basically we basically went on a roulette wheel. And that's how we chose it. And basically, this visual novel, while it is very much on the surface about, like, a guy trying to romance a girl, like, you're basically your typical, it's not otome, your typical visual novel. It really is a visual novel that, like, pretty much serves to deconstruct certain character archetypes, and also just shows you that disabled people are just people, like you or me. They just live life a little bit differently and need to be accommodated and such. Although it is kind of interesting that the girl that fate chose for us isn't necessarily disabled. And the path, and on her path we'll go more into it. But all I will say is that, like, Hanako has severe burn scars on the right half of her body. And, and while they do limit her movements and such, her disability is more on the mental / emotional side as opposed to literally all the other girls. But as I said, we'll get more into that the further along we get in her route. So, with that, I think it's time we get started. Let's see. Making sure that we don't fuck up here. Alright. December 27th. Has it really been that long? Alright, let me take a sip real quick. I'm also going to try my best to, start reading in a more softer voice. Because I've noticed this past year that, whenever I try to read in my regular voice, it tends to, my throat tends to, start giving out, around the half-hour mark to 3-hour mark, and obviously that's not good, so. However, because my regular softer voice that I started incorporating in the latter half of the letter is Hanako's voice, pretty much, I'm gonna try my best to, find a voice that is, a balance between the two, where it's, it sounds normal, but also, doesn't go quite into that registry, so. Alright. Okay, alright. My alarm blares into my ears, only to be swiftly silenced by my fist. My body switches into auto mode, carrying my subconscious self out of bed and into my uniform. As always, my bottles of pills sit on my desk patiently, waiting for me to take them and pick out my daily dosage of medicine. 17 pills a day. Before I know it, I'm opening the door to Class 3-3, glad to see that I'm not the only one who seems to be a little hungover from festival week. Every face in the classroom looks gaunt. With the festival now over, it's as if everyone's life dreams have been achieved. With nothing left to live for, the students have relied on instincts alone to guide them to class. Or maybe I'm just reading too much into it. I slowly make my way to my seat, and it's only then that I realize why the room is so peaceful. The seats beside mine are blissfully empty. The world's loudest interpreter for the deaf has yet to arrive. Jesus! Well, I was appreciating the silence. Also, that is really loud. Speaking of which, alright. Just as I'm about to sit down, the door flies open, revealing a resplendent Misha, drills bobbing from the dramatic entrance and arms stretched towards the sky. Oh boy. I don't have the fan on for this, so I'm really worried about the echo. Alright. Okay.
Yahoo! It's all over!
It would appear that not everyone is affected by the post-festival depression. The rest of the class glare at her, obviously thinking the same thing I am. Misha, still frozen in the doorway with her arms still in the air, nervously looks around. It's obvious that she senses the foul mood, but can't work out exactly what to do. Suddenly, she jerks forward.
Hey!
As she stumbles into the classroom, she reveals Shizune, arms still extended from where she shoved Misha. Thanks for the entertainment, but shouldn't you two take your seats? Still slightly embarrassed, Misha takes a few seconds to realize she has to translate.
Oh, yeah! Shichon says she's not happy with you ditching us last week. We were really busy!
Is that so? What about the stuff I already did for you two?
She says that only only counts for council members. Since you declined, she doesn't owe you anything.
Misha leans closer and whispers conspiratorially into my ear.
Actually, I think she's just a little sore that you didn't spend the day with her. She's really thankful for your work last week, though.
Sensing that she's being talked about, Shizune lightly wraps her fingers on her desk until Misha turns around to face her. I can't understand any of the fast-paced signing that's going on, but from Shizune's slightly embarrassed expression and Misha's poorly contained laughter, I can guess. While this exchange is happening, the door opens once again, but this time at a much more reasonable pace. There she is. Hanako quietly enters the room and pulls the door closed behind her. Peering out from under her hair, she quickly scans the classroom. Our eyes meet, and she suddenly stiffens. She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and then walks over to my desk. Okay. Alright, I gotta... I've been trying to experiment with Hanako's voice because it's a little hard.
Good morning, Hisao.
Morning, Hanako. You're a little late, aren't you?
I was talking to Lily about today.
Ah, so you've got her list then. We can leave straight after classes in that case.
Sure.
I'm looking forward to it. Hanako briefly flashes her embarrassed smile at me, then hurries off to her seat. During classes, it becomes apparent that it's not only the students that are a little despondent after the festival. Muto simply gives us a list of exercises from the textbook and then sits behind his desk. I totally forget about the brief lunch period for a moment. Such is the banality of the day. It's mind-numbing, and everyone seems surprised when the bells signal the end of the lessons. As I'm packing up my bags, Shizune and Misha flank and entrap me.
Say, Hichan, it's still not too late to join up. There's a lot of post-festival paperwork for us to complete.
Sorry, Misha. I've got plans. As if sensing the cue, Hanako appears behind me, holding a small bag, and trying to avoid eye contact with the outside world. Misha's eyes open wide, then she bursts into laughter. I'm not going to be doing the laughing.
You move fast, don't you, Hichan? We won't disturb your date any longer.
Behind the roaring Misha, I see Shizune taking far too little interest in the scene. I might be taking this the wrong way, but I think she's deliberately ignoring me. I feel a gentle tug on my shirt and turn to see Hanako's eyes fixed firmly on the floor.
Let's...
Gotcha. Shizune, Misha, I'll see you later. And I'm still not interested in the council.
Spoil sport.
Misha and Shizune retreat into the hallway, happily signing to each other. Got all your stuff? Let's head off. Floods of students pour out of the school gates and onto the road into town. It's a little weird. It's almost a scene from any other high school, but the illusion fades because of the occasional wheelchair or missing limb. One thing I do notice is that nobody's alone. And as Hanako and I pass through the gates, I notice that she closes the distance between us. Not enough to be considered close, but she certainly isn't at her usual just a little far position. I guess we're not familiar enough for her to get as close as she does with Lily. However, even though she's moved a little closer to me physically, mentally she seems to have traveled a mile. Her hands clutched around the leather straps of her bag to the point of whitening her knuckles, her head down and her mouth pursed closed. She almost looks like she's being walked to the principal's office for the first time. I try to stifle a giggle at the thought, but it's futile.
What's the matter?
I guess there's no point in hiding it. Sorry. For a second there, it looked like you were getting in trouble.
What do you mean?
I think you need to relax a little. We're not going too far, and it's only students around, right?
Right.
It bothers me a little to see Hanako so worked up. And you do this every week, don't you?
Yes, with Lily.
Of course, with Lily. I wonder, has she ever left the school without her? It doesn't seem like much at first glance, but Hanako's dependence on Lily is absurdly heavy. If she can't even handle leaving the school without her, how would she have managed to survive if the two had never met? Would she have found someone else to latch onto? And what drew her to Lily? Was it her lack of eyesight? Or was Lily just kind enough to lend a hand? I wonder if anyone would have fit the bill. Well, I'm here. Besides, we're not going far. It'll be over before you know it. Hanako's knuckles slowly regain their color as she tries to hide a small smile, but the effort of that seems to prevent further conversation. We travel, side by side, down the winding road towards the town. The crowd of students thins as we continue along the sidewalk. Faster students rush ahead, and the less mobile ones fall behind, rarefying the crowd into nothingness. By the time we reach the convenience store, we're practically alone. Using me as a shield between herself and the attendant, Hanako moves through the narrow aisles, adding an assortment of items to her basket. Bread, milk, tea, thyme? What kind of convenience store sells herbs? Then again, nothing about this town seems normal, which may not be such a bad thing in retrospect. Everything is so different and uncomfortable. Dwelling on such matters isn't really an option. When I think about that, it reminds me of Hanako. No matter how much you try, you can't escape her scars. They still interrupt my train of thought when I see them. As much as I don't want to admit it to myself, I think I'm forcing myself to try to ignore them. Not that I'm scar-free myself. The jagged line down my sternum will never completely fade away. I just have the luxury of being able to hide it easily. But, in a way, both of our scars remind me that we're all in this place for a reason. It's kind of interesting that he like reflects on that, the idea that, like, you know, because you think about, like, society and how, because I don't think it's a surprise, right, to say that, like, society very much values beauty, right? Very much, like, places a lot of stock into beauty, you know? Or conventional attraction. You know what I mean? Conventional attractiveness, you know? You know, and it's like, you know, and as I said in the beginning, right, like, Hanako has, you know, burn scars, and they're pretty severe, you know, severe burn scars on the right half of her body, you know, to the point that she physically cannot hide all of them. You know, I mean, yeah, when you look at her, you know, at least in terms of her uniform sprites, like, you know, she has long hair that covers, that covers a lot of the scarring on her face. You know, like the bangs, you know, the long sleeve shirt she wears, like, covers up, you know, can't really cover up the scarring on her hand, but, you know, but in terms of her legs and stuff, she wears tights and boots, you know, in order to hide more of the scarring. You know, and the thing is, though, is that, like, when and the thing is, right, is that, like, if you've ever had the chance to see, like, you know, burn scars, like, in real life, they look, you know, best case scenario, they don't look good, you know, when you think about, I mean, obviously burn scars, you know, vary depending on the severity and how, and what, and, like in terms of first degree, second degree, third degree burns, and blah, 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 you know. I don't remember if they ever state what Hanako's burn scars come from, if it was second or third degree burns, but at the very least, like, they're pretty severe. And, and when you think about it, like, because a lot of humans aren't really born with scars and all that, so, like, we gain them as we age and all that. I guess what I'm trying to say is that, like, there is a lot, like, society places a lot of stock into beauty, and if you were to think about, like, Hanako trying to function in society, like, unfortunately, her scarring, because she cannot hide it all, she would probably have a pretty difficult time. Like, even if she wasn't such a shy, reserved person who has anxiety, she would still have, like, a pretty difficult time in society because, unfortunately, trying to get a job, it's like, I think anybody... Sushi, don't you dare. As I was saying, like, when like, anyone who's ever, like, tried to get a job before, right? Like, scarring, unfortunately, does affect your chances because, you'll have, the interviewer probably tell you straight to your face sometimes that's like, well, we need someone that isn't going to freak out the customers and blah, 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 And that's what I mean. And then Hisao thinks about how it's like, how he has his own scar, but the problem with his is that, not the problem, sorry, that, like, Hanako, Hisao, God, there's so many, my wires are getting crossed, and I apologize for that. Like, Hisao, of course, has his own scar, which you do see in some of these routes, especially during the sex scenes. But, the thing is that, like, his is on his chest, in the middle of his chest, and he can hide it pretty easily, with the shirt, whereas with Hanako's scarring, it's, she can't. And I kind of wonder if, like, this is, like, a bit of commentary on the whole thing of, like, not only, like, invisible diseases or disabilities and all that, but also the idea of passing as a able-bodied person. So don't you do it. You were doing that last week, and I don't want that. You either get down on this, or you get down on the floor. Thank you. But as I was saying, like, I wonder if this is also, like, some commentary on those who have, like, invisible disabilities, like Hisao with his arrhythmia, versus, and that, and also, like, the whole idea of passing as an able-bodied person. Which I know sounds weird when you think about it. But, I don't know. Hanako throws one last item into her basket, then sheepishly holds it out to me, along with a few banknotes. Oh my
god. Could you please...
It takes me a second to understand what she's trying to say. Oh, you want me to pay for this? She nods, but doesn't look up. I guess this task falls to Lily on the usual occasions. Sure, let me just grab a couple things. Hastily, I grab a few essential items for myself and head for the counter with Hanako in close tow. The attendant gives me an indifferent nod as he scans in the items. I suppose just ignoring us is one way to deal with the anomalies of Yamaku. They must get a lot of students here, being the closest store to the school. The staff must all have their own way of dealing with us. Or maybe they don't. Maybe it's only me who thinks twice about my unique schoolmates. Our transaction complete, Hanako and I head back out onto the street. The road is pretty much abandoned now. The students that were heading out have already left, and nobody has started returning just yet. And with only the school ahead on the road, there doesn't seem to be anyone else around. The emptiness certainly reflects on Hanako. God, I really gotta turn this down. The music can be loud sometimes. her arms by her sides, each carrying a bag, her head no longer bowed, and back to the upright position. It's almost as if she were enjoying this walk. So, why all these weird things? Mixed spice? Why would you need that in school?
I sometimes like to make food.
Well, yeah, so do I, but spices? That's a little more advanced, don't you think?
Not really.
Well, I think it's cool. You'll have to teach me one day.
Sure.
She doesn't seem all that sure, but pushing the point doesn't seem all that wise. At the very least, she seems a great deal happier than she did on the walk down here. That alone makes me a little happier. Outside the girls' dorm, Hanako and I sort out the grocery bags with our respective purchases. In comparison, my things look positively plain. I tell you, you're putting me to shame here.
No, I'm not.
I'm only joking. I have a stack of homework that I skipped last week, so I must leave now. Will you be alright getting that to your room?
Yeah.
Sure? Okay then, I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
We part ways and I return to my room. Piles of papers sit upon my desk, begging to be completed. With the entire ruckus of the last week, I've barely had any time to catch up. I try to keep up with my studies while I was in the hospital, but some of this stuff I've never seen before, even back in my old school. Totally unprepared, I pop the top on a can of drink and get to work. Oh, that's it. That's one scene down. Da 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 da. Tea leaves. The days are really starting to heat up. This morning I awoke covered in sweat. By the time the student body starts leaving their dorms for breakfast and morning duties, the sun has taken full effect. Oddly, that puts me in high spirits. It's not even 8, yet I feel that this day is going to be one of those pleasant, tranquil, warm ones. If I weren't at a school that considered every absence from class as a sign of a life-threatening situation, I'd consider skipping the whole day and just relaxing in the school gardens. Yes, today will be a genuinely lazy day. For a second, I stop in mid-stretch and consider the nurse's warning about exercise. Maybe I should have kept up those morning jogs. Running with someone like Emmy might have been a little testing, but if I worked at my own pace... who am I kidding? I couldn't stick to something like that without some kind of motivation. It's not like I sit around all day. The walk to and from the convenience store counts as exercise, right? Especially the walk back up the hill. Yeah, it's no big deal. Compared to months lying in a hospital bed, I'm getting plenty exercise. It seems that I'm not alone in my appreciation of the day. Nearly every member of the class is glancing through the window and into the tantalizing sky. The hell was that? Even the steadfast Shizune seems to lack her usual vigor for schoolwork. Misha, as brazen as ever, has even unbuttoned the top buttons of her shirt and is fanning herself with a notebook. I must have been staring, as she's now sticking her tongue out at me. However, she shows no signs of halting her efforts, nor is she trying to hide the fact. The lunch bells seem to catch everyone by surprise, and the class empties at a much slower pace than usual. The heat seems to be draining the need to rush from everyone. Well, almost everyone.
Hisao?
Hey there, Hanako. What can I do for you today? Hanako already has a lunch bag in hand. I don't have to be a detective to work out where this is going.
Would you like to have lunch with us again? I brought enough for everyone.
Awesome. You don't have to be so stiff about it, though.
Ah, right.
I take it we're going to the tea room?
Please. Lily said she'll meet us in there, so we should...
Should
go ahead together.
Sounds like a plan. This heat has made me pretty hungry. Hanako breathes a sigh of relief, and I gather my things together. So sweet. As usual, the aura of the tea room is refreshing, feeling isolated from the rest of the world. Then again, the usual din of the school seems to be a bit subdued, most likely from laziness promoted by heat exhaustion. Hanako slowly spreads her food on the table, intently focusing on every little movement, as if she's trying to keep her mind off other thoughts. It's not much, but I can tell from her demeanor that she's prepared everything with utmost care. I guess Lily isn't here yet. Should we start without her?
She'll be here soon.
Hanako struggles with the lid of the container of rice. Here, let me help with that. I take the container from Hanako's hands and try to force open the lid. Try as I might, it seems wedged shut. Let me guess, did you put this in while the rice was still hot?
Yes, I was in a rush.
I put the container on the table between us. I thought so. It looks like this is wedged shut. We'll need some hot water to get it open. But that could be a pain in here. We'd get water everywhere.
Well, in that case, how about I contribute to today's meal?
There's Lily. At the door, Lily smiles while holding up a bag stocked with various buns and bread rolls. I can't help but do the same.
Since you two had a change of plans because of me, I thought I would bring a little something.
Thanks, Lily. Here, let me get that for you. With a little guidance, Lily's bread assortment joins Hanako's riceless platter. I hastily make some tea to complete the picture. Well, I'm looking forward to this. As I take a bite, I notice Hanako trying her hardest to not look like she's looking at me. It's nothing special, but then again, I can't really complain. I'm pretty lazy when it comes to cooking for myself. Not bad. I guess this is made with the stuff you bought yesterday?
Yes.
Hanako's eyes shout at me, begging for some kind of feedback. Well, it was clearly worth it. Thanks, Hanako. Is that a fly?
I wanted to show you this after yesterday.
It's okay. I was just a little surprised at the stuff you were buying.
Hanako's always liked to experiment when it comes to food. I think it's good. Most of the time.
While Lily's smile doesn't waver, the slight change in her tone tells me that things haven't gone so well in the past. And it's not like Hanako has many people to sample her cooking. Hang on. Was Lily waiting for me to go first? She didn't start eating until after I said it was alright. Her cheeky grin tells me that this was a deliberate action on her part. I'll have to try and work out how to get one over her in the future to make up for this. Well, it's good, and that's all that counts, right?
Right.
Lily, satisfied at not being the first to sample Hanako's creation, begins to consume the food in front of her. Excuse me. I find myself staring as I watch her chopsticks gently touch the plate, their tips delicately poking and tracing to quickly ascertain the positions of the food as she dexterously picks it up. One might think she were a child playing with her food if not for the situation, though she does eat it with such care and thoughtlessness that it's obvious this is simply how she eats this kind of meal. Not wanting to miss out, I start filling up myself. Hanako takes a different approach, waiting until Lily and I have our hands clear before quickly snatching up her share. Before long, the containers are empty. save for the still-shut rice container.
Thank you, Hanako. That was filling. No. Thank you for the bread.
Yeah, it would have been a disaster if not for that.
You're both welcome. But now I must be getting back. It's far too easy to be late after eating here.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I think we'll just clean up here and then head off.
Well then, good day.
Lily leaves, her cane tapping away down the quiet hallway. Hanako and I quickly pack our things and stay seated, waiting for the bell. Together, we stare out the window and into the endless azure sky. That is so quick! If it weren't for the pealing of the bells, I would have sworn that time had stopped. The urge to skip class rises in my gut. I shoot a glance at Hanako, who shows no signs of moving either.
Not just yet.
The interval between the warning bells and the end of the lunch bells passes in the blink of an eye. We really should go. People will freak out and start a search party if we skip. Hanako sighs.
You're right.
Slowly she rises to her feet, and I follow suit. Silently, we make our way up to the old stairs to the 3rd floor, and then to our classroom. At the door, I take point and open the door ahead of Hanako, bowing my head down in apology in advance. I'm sorry we're late, teacher. I'm greeted not by stern words, nor by an angered instruction to take my seat, but simply by the silence created by 15 or so students trying not to laugh. Muto, ever tardy, has yet to arrive. However, the fact that Hanako and I have arrived together is blatantly obvious. Make that about 14 students trying and 1 student failing.
The lovers return!
Yeah, thanks. You can calm down now. Oh. Yeah, now she's starting to freak out. That's not good. Ah. I step through the door and realize that Hanako is firmly pressed against my back, hiding herself from the class. Sorry, I'm vibing to the music. Seriously, this game does have a really good soundtrack. With my steps coming closer to my desk, she eventually breaks from me and stiffly walks to her own. Her efforts to mentally block everyone's presence from her mind are written fairly clearly on her face. Quickly checking the door for any signs of the teacher's arrival, I make a trip to Hanako's desk and whisper in her ear. Don't worry about Misha, she's always like this. I enjoyed myself today. Don't sweat it, okay? Hanako nods her head behind her folded arms, but still doesn't show her face. Hi! I yearn to stay and console her more, but Muto picks this exact moment to enter the class, halfway through his lecture, as if he started it in the hallway. I need to take another drink. Actually, where did my cat go? Which, of course, is directly proportional to the charge, but inversely proportionally to the square of the distance. He's so engrossed in his speech that he doesn't even notice me sneaking back into my seat from Hanako's desk. While Muto's spiel rambles on, Misha leans over to me.
The teacher may not have noticed your tardiness, but I did.
That much is obvious from the show you just put on.
I've been instructed to let you off the hook for today, but only on one condition.
Oh, and what would that be?
You have to help us this afternoon.
I craned my neck to look over Misha's shoulder. Shizune is conveniently not making eye contact with me. Fine, just for today. I've already told you I'm not joining the council, remember?
Of course, doing so could be considered...
She looks down at her notebook, obviously looking for her place in her script.
Under duress and hence would be against regulations.
How very strange of you to be considerate of the regulations now.
Things should be done by the book. It's just that the book hasn't been written for every situation, so there are times when it can be ignored.
And yet you two wonder why no one else wants to be in the student council. After poking her tongue out at me, Misha returns to her workbook, and we battle our way through the latter half of the school day. Hi! Before I can even stand up, Misha and Shizune have placed their hands on both my shoulders. Hey, I said I'd help out, damn!
This is just insurance, Hisao. Insurance!
Hisao?
Hanako timidly tries to leave the room by circling around us, and I suddenly realize that this may be my one chance to escape. Oh, hey Hanako, what's up?
Hey, what makes you think you've got time to chat?
Relax, this won't take long. Sorry, Hanako, you were saying?
I was going to go to the library, and I thought...
Oh, gosh, she's so cute. Hanako's thumbs dance around each other, and her eyes flit around the room, looking everywhere but at us.
Sorry, Hanako, but Hisao has to come with us. He's got work to do. Oh, but you can help too if you'd like. So how about it, Hisao?
Alright. So yeah, this visual novel does have choices, and I do have a walkthrough for it. Because fuck trying to go about this blindly. Oh, there's my cat. So, okay, so I am looking at the walkthrough just to make sure, like, you know, I picked the right path here, obviously. Excuse me. Says, okay, so there are multiple endings for each of these girls here. You have, you know, the good endings, you have good endings, neutral endings, and then bad endings. However, I am only going to be going for the good endings, so I'm just looking to make sure, like, wait, what am I doing here? And it is good that the walkthrough I'm looking at, they do have, like, you know, that they do list out the choices that you want to do if you want to get the good ending. But then, of course, they have a little section underneath that where it's like, you know, if you're a completionist, you want to get every scene and every CG, you can, you know, here are the, you know, they also list out steps in which you can to take if you want to get all of that stuff as well. To be fair, I don't really care if I don't get all those scenes and CGs, so I will just pick the choice here. Alright, so according to the walkthrough, if you want to just continue on with the good ending, you just pick this. If you don't care about completionist's sake, you just pick this. But if you do, you click this, so. What do you think, Hanako? What do you say, Hanako? If we all help, it shouldn't take long at all. Hanako's fidgeting answers my question before she can even form the words.
I really need to go.
Well, that was to be expected. Looks like it's just me and the council girls again. It's easier to resign myself to another afternoon's work in the small council office. I'll catch up with you later, okay?
Okay.
Right! Now that the farewells are over, it's work time!
Misha and Shizune frog marched me to the student council office, never once letting go of my shoulders. I feel a little bad for ditching Hanako like this, but if this is the price of getting Misha off her back, so be it. So then, what are we up to today?
Debrief!
Huh? Isn't that supposed to happen after something?
Yep! We have to collate all the information from the festival so that Shichan can debrief the teachers.
Shizune drops a large pile of paperwork on the desk in front of me and smiles succinctly.
You need to sort those out into 2 piles. One for financial stuff, like receipts, one for feedback, one for positive feedback, maybe one for things that look like they could be problems next year, one for problems that probably won't be able to be fixed.
That's a few more than 2 piles.
Huh? Oh, right. Yeah, I thought it would only be 2 piles. My bad.
Right. While I'm doing this, what will you two be doing?
Well, we missed lunch because we were collecting all of these reports, so we're going to go get some food.
Why didn't you just sort them out while you were collecting them? Thankfully, my self-defense mechanism kicks in and prevents me from opening my mouth and further worsening my situation.
Fair.
I was fretting over the unfair distribution of work so much that I didn't notice that Shizune had kept on signing. If it weren't for Misha's outburst, I probably wouldn't have noticed at all. Shizune seems to be delivering a fairly long string of commands to Misha, and none of them look pleasant. I'm guessing, like, you know, Shizune was like, I don't know if that seems fair. How about you sit down and I'll go get the food? How about we all work on this together, but I'm gonna go get food so you can get started for me, okay, babe? Reaching a conclusion, Misha signs briefly back to Shizune, then sits down at the desk next to me. Shizune waves to the both of us before disappearing out the door. What was all that about?
Shichan was worried that you'd get it all wrong unless you were supervised. And since she can't tell you how you're messing things up, she's making me stay. Aww. Bummer. I wanted to go with Shichan. But she's going to bring us back some food. How good is that?
Misha's flippancy is out of this world. From down in the dumps to on top of the world over some calories. It's hard to imagine how anyone could operate at that level. Well, it could have been worse. So what are we supposed to be doing?
Collation!
I gathered that.
Well, let's just start making piles. We'll work out what the piles mean later.
Right. We start to separate all the papers into increasingly complex piles. At first, it's just simple categories: financial, feedback, incident reports. Then they split apart into the good and bad reports, and further still, until it starts to look like we've just thrown the papers onto the desk. This is hopeless.
Huh? Why? We're doing what we were told, right?
Yes, but it looks like we're just making a mess.
No, I think we got a lot done. Shichan will be able to work out the rest from here. So I think we could stop about here then.
It's almost as if Misha's common sense left the room with Shizune. Still, there's no point in arguing.
Anyway, what's the deal with you and Hanako?
Deal?
You were hanging out with her today, weren't you? Have there been any fireworks? Any gossip that you're withholding from me?
If I told you about my own circumstances, it wouldn't be gossip, would it?
I guess not.
We're just friends, I guess. Why are you so interested? I thought you and Shizune didn't like her.
It's not really like that. It's not really like that. You know Shichan and Lily don't get along well. And since you can't really get Hanako away from Lily, we don't talk to her much. But that doesn't mean that I can't be concerned for her.
What is there to be concerned about?
Well, she never hangs out with anyone else, right? It's not good, Hichan.
If Shizune and Lily dislike each other because their personalities are different, then I hate to think how Misha and Hanako would get along.
I mean, in one way or the other, we're all in the same boat here, right?
Well, I guess.
This one time, when she left class halfway through, Shichan went to the teacher and asked what was going to be done about it. He said that every student here has special needs and that Shichan shouldn't worry herself about it. Hanako never does any group work. She just runs off. Isn't that enough to be concerned about?
I guess you're right. She still hardly says a word when we're talking.
Well, that's more than I've been able to do. Shichan and I both tried when she started, but she got scared and ran off.
I consider telling Misha that exactly the same thing happened with me, but she seems caught up in thought. Listening to Misha without Shizune's influence is interesting.
I think she needs to realize that people here don't care what she looks like and that she can trust us. If she could, I feel a lot better about her.
I think this is the longest I've watched Misha without seeing her sign. When she's with Shizune, she's constantly waving her hands about, explaining the world to Shizune. That amount of effort probably places a strain even on an agile mind. And let's face it, Misha isn't the world's brightest spark. my man really did just say, like, she ain't the brightest tool in the shed. She's a little dumb, little ditzy. Well, I'll keep an eye on her for you. But you should probably apologize for earlier. I don't think Hanako is cut out for that kind of joke.
Oh? Oh! I didn't even notice. Sorry.
Don't say to me, just mention it to her.
Alright, first thing tomorrow, I'll speak to her.
Wait, what joke did she make? Way too much. And I can't access the backlog, I think. Oh wait, can I? Oh, I can! But probably not... Oh, I can. Oh, the lovers. Alright, alright. I was like, what joke did she make? Good. Holy shit! A cacophony from the door heralds the return of Shizune. I guess she can't really tell how much noise she's making.
Oh, Shichan! You're back!
Shizune appears, completely laden with goods from the convenience store.
There was some surplus left from the festival. Since this is officially festival business, I've splurged a little. Nice idea, Shichan! 10 points!
Is that really allowed? I mean, who's gonna need it, right?
For someone who refuses to join us, you seem to take an unhealthy interest in the politics of this council. I shall punish your insolence by rationing your portion of the feast.
Fine, fine, I get it. Misha slides the multiple stacks of paper to one side to make room for the avalanche of food Shizune is spreading out. As I watch my hard yet misdirected work become wasted, I realize that it's little wonder why these two need help. The convenience store meal isn't overly tasty, but at the very least it's filling.
Thanks for helping today. Most of the time we just make up the reports for the staff. This year we can at least make up some relevant headings on the debrief.
Are you sure this isn't a corrupt organization?
Not at all, not at all! We're by the book! It's not our fault if the book isn't specific enough.
I thought that was the definition of corruption.
You think too much!
You know what? You're probably right. Anyway, I must be off. That is, if I'm allowed to leave.
Your work has been deemed sufficient. You may leave.
Well, thank you. You know, if you stress the free meal side of things over the endless workload side, you'd probably end up with more recruits.
You might just have a point.
Well, think about it. And think about what we talked about. You don't have to tell that to Shizune if you don't want.
What? Oh, right. I'll try to see her tomorrow. Good night, Hichan.
Night, Misha, Shizune. Oh, is that it? Da-da-da, ba-da-ba, 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 ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Yay! 2 scenes down. Chirping birds. Normally this will be a good time to reflect upon the beauty of nature. But it's 6 a.m. Covering my head with the pillow, I slam my face into the mattress, hoping that the impact will send me instantly back to sleep. Futile. I toss and turn, but sleep simply won't return to me. Alright, nature, you've won. See? I'm getting up now. It just sounds like me, just like, I don't want to be up, but I will. Fine. God, that was me like Friday morning. That was like me Friday morning, where it's like, I was tired, but it's like, but it's like, but it's like I wanted to watch Vox's cover as soon as possible, but I was like, no, don't fucking do it. Don't fucking do it. Don't watch it right as it premieres, Airi. You know you're not gonna go back to sleep after hearing that. And thankfully I was right. And thankfully I was right, because I knew I was too hopped up on like excitement, endorphins, after I watched it later that day. But that was pretty much me on Friday morning. I was like, come on, go back to sleep. Please. Please. The lack of sleep weighs my mind down, and there's only one remedy for this. A nice, hearty breakfast. It would be nice to be the first person here. To be the first to dig into a piping hot pile of food, to sit wherever I desire. It would have been nice. But even my exceptionally early start has put me behind the most diligent students. I guess there are quite a few people that have early starts here, for one reason or another. A group of students in sports clothes huddle around one table, eagerly discussing game plans in between inhaling great gulps of food. Scattered around the hall are a number of bleary-eyed students, probably suffering from the same ailment as myself. Noisy birds. And, of course, there are the people that actually enjoy getting up this early. The one with their bags stuffed with textbooks and completed homework. It's hard not to despise people like that, even more so when you're tired yourself. Picking out a familiar face from the thin crowd, I head towards the nearest table. Lily! Lily sits alone, delicately feeling her way around a small plate of eggs with her fork. It's almost a shame to interrupt her in her clockwork movements. I wonder, is this how a blind person zones out? Simply moving in predetermined patterns learned over the years, just like how a sighted person would eat while reading a newspaper. Good morning, Lily. I didn't expect you to be here this early. Oh, Sal, you startled me. I didn't know you took breakfast this early. I don't. this is an exception to the rule. I greatly prefer to be late to school than early to breakfast. Lily gives a small sigh at my admitted tardiness as I begin eating my food. It doesn't take long for her to lapse back into her previous mindless nibbling. Each short motion lacks energy. I suppose this is similar to letting your eyes wander while performing any ordinary chore. But after a few repetitions of the find food / eat food cycle, Lily puts down her fork and dabs her lips with a napkin.
Hisao, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Damn. All I want is a little food and about 4 hours of sleep. And nobody says, can I ask you a question for a simple question? Sure.
Do you think of Hanako as a friend?
Huh. This seems like a leading question. I guess so. Why do you ask?
No real reason. I do have another question, though. Why is it that you think of her as a friend?
This is well above my level. What is she expecting from me? I'm not really sure. I guess it's because she's a little different in the way she deals with people.
Since I've known her, she hasn't really connected with anyone. She doesn't seem interested in other people, and I think people are a little scared off by her appearance.
Really? I thought that kind of thing was, well, discouraged here. Discriminated and stuff, and such.
If I were to put it one way...
She furrows her brow in thought, a move which makes me slightly anxious as to what she's plucking from her mind.
I'd say that you're a little naive.
Naive? I'd be insulted if not for the slightly cynical grin on her face. I see.
While Yamaku has a stronger sense of community compared to other schools, it's far from being free of conflict. Rules cannot remove human nature, after all, only suppress it.
That's something I've noticed, actually. Just little things, like how certain people in cliques avoid each other in the hallways. It's no different than my old school, really. Even Lily and Shizune could be considered bitter rivals, even though they both seem like fairly accepting people. Well, at least the Misha-tinted Shizune does. Who knows what actually goes on with her fingers and behind her glasses. I guess you're right. But when I first came here, everything was a bit of a shock. I kept on making mistakes, or at least thinking I was making mistakes. Like when we first met and I said, "I see" to you. I didn't know if that was considered rude or anything, so I tried to just put it in the back of my mind. Treating people any differently and that kind of thing. So I didn't. I told myself that Hanako and you and everyone else was just normal, and I tried to ignore the obvious. I talked to Hanako as if she were any other person, and so we became friends. At least, that's how I think it happened. But you know, I feel guilty just from saying something like that aloud. As if it took extra effort to think of Hanako or you or anyone here as normal people. I don't think that's right.
Hisao, I think you are naive, but I also think that you're a good person. It's perhaps one of your better traits.
I suppose I can take that as a compliment.
Tell me, are you free tonight?
If you don't count homework, then I'm as free as the breeze.
In that case, would you care to join myself and Hanako for tea?
I don't really have that much money at the moment, so going out isn't really...
Oh, I didn't mean going out. Just here, this evening.
You can access the classrooms in the evening here?
No, that's not what I meant. Hanako and I often use my room for tea parties together. Please feel free to drop by after dusk.
Sure, I see no problem with that. What's your room number?
225. Room 25 on the second floor.
Okay, sure.
Well then, I had best be off. I have class representative duties to attend to after all. Until this evening, Hisao.
Yeah, catch you later. Hang on. Was I just invited to a girl's room after hours? Is that even allowed? There is the curfew here, but I've never heard any rules about visitors in the dorm rooms. Even still, this is enough to get my sleep-deprived brain jump-started. Add that to a lukewarm breakfast, and you have one hell of a pick-me-up. I do like that little conversation, because, like, okay, let me look back at the text history so I know what I'm talking about here. But yeah, like that's the thing though too. That is a thing though too. Like, and I think if anything, that's kind of like I don't want to say a benefit. I don't know if it's right to say a benefit, but the fact that like they point out, right, that just because Yamaku is a school that is specialized for disabled kids, it doesn't necessarily mean that the stigmas around certain disabilities and such are just gone. They're just not there. And it is kind of interesting, and I do like that they touch on that, like, because obviously, I don't know, I mean, because the thing is that, like, obviously, right, a lot, like, there are a lot of disabled people, right? I mean, some that you can clearly tell are disabled, like, like a lot of the girls in this game, like, Emmy and Rin, who are missing, their legs and arms respectively. And then you have Lily and Shizune, who, unless you were to really notice, I mean, Lily's blind and Shizune's deaf. And as I said before with Hanako, her disabilities are more on the mental/emotional side, but you can tell it relates to her scarring. If that makes sense. And the thing is with Hanako, again, there are, like, they do go into why she is so anxious around other people, but because of her scarring, like, the thing is, right, is that, like, even if you don't mean to, or you don't think anything badly of it, like, the first thing you're going to notice about Hanako are her scars. I mean, again, they're very noticeable and all that. And I imagine, and of course, you can only really imagine that for Hanako, it is a little embarrassing or shameful to have your scars on display for people to look at and all that. And unfortunately, people do make it a thing to call out and all that. So it's like, when Lily says that, like, that because Hanako, like, already Hanako is a very, I mean, again, we've seen it. She's a very shy, reserved person who gets very anxious at the idea of social interaction. It also doesn't help that people, are a little put off by her scarring. Which, yeah, don't get me wrong, that is pretty bad, but, that is pretty bad, but, it does have, but there is a point to it. It is so jarring to see scarring that extensive on someone, especially on their face, when, our face is usually what helps people, like, it's the thing that greets people. People are going to want to look at your face. Like, I don't know how else to put it. And because of the fact that Hanako has such noticeable scarring, like, people, there are probably people who don't, who think that it doesn't look good, or they're so put off by it, like, because it's not normal. It's such a jarring thing. And I think, if you were to go off of that line of logic, that very much explains why Hanako is such close friends with Lily, because of the fact that Lily doesn't notice. Well, because of the fact that Lily is blind, she thus can't judge Hanako based off of her scarring, and because of that, Hanako doesn't feel the need to worry about her scars, about potentially being off-putting to Lily, if that makes sense. And granted, I do like that Hisao, of course, was like, I mean, because again, like, he has been disabled, I think, for a long time. It's just that it was until recently that his disability became, cognizant. Nah. It was only recently that that it became noticeable, if that makes sense. It became noticeable. And because he's only ever lived in a life where, he was surrounded by able-bodied people, coming to this school where, for the most part, everyone around you is disabled in some way, shape, or form, it's probably a bit of a big shock, like a culture shock. And all that. And... and it's like, the fact that, and to Hisao, like, the fact that, he expresses that, that obviously, that because of the fact that, he didn't know some social faux pas in regards to, disabled people, it took him a little bit more time and effort to think of everyone else as normal people. And I can definitely, but the thing is, though, is that, like, the fact that Hisao, admits that and is like, I shouldn't have done that. Like, it's like what Lily says, that, like, like, you're not a bad person for thinking that. Like, you were just surrounded by a bunch of able-bodied people for most of your life. Of course, it's going to take you some time to, kind of accept that, we're normal too, if that makes sense. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense and all that. It probably sounds a little bad, but I'm not good with words, especially, like, when I know what I want to say, I just don't know how to string it together. Like, I think, like, a good way to put it is that, like, Hisao, of course, has made some mistakes here and there, but I think the intention behind it is that it does come out of genuine ignorance, and of course, he apologizes or corrects that mistake, as soon as possible. Which, is probably good, which is, good, it's like, it shows that, he's not trying to be malicious, he's not trying to be an awful person, it's just, people make mistakes, and obviously, you shouldn't be vilified for making mistakes and all that, you just gotta, correct that mistake and be better. Anyway, back to the game at hand. Let me take another sip. God, imagine if I was an ASMR artist. I think that's how you pronounce. I think that's how you say it. Like, and you just hear me go into, like, one of those, like, special mics that a lot of ASMR artists have. Oh my god, that would be so annoying. And I say this as someone who has really been delving into Vox's ASMRs lately. It's like, oh man, I don't like those noises. or at least, the way that I did it. Anyway. I grudgingly go to class, still a little excited at the prospect of breaking the rules. I feel a little like a kid planning to sneak out of his window at night. Well, maybe that's going a little too far, but when you compare an invitation to a party to 6 or so hours of lectures, I know which one wins. Misha and Shizune do little to relieve my boredom either. For once, they seem determined to actually complete Muto's assignments. I just fucking skipped the bells! I wanted to see the scene change, but I guess not. Nevertheless, the day eventually winds to a close. I hurry back to my room to wash up and comb my hair. Thankfully, I don't run into Kenji. Oh god, if I have to voice him. Before long, I'm leaving the boys' dorm. I nervously rap on the door marked 225, checking my watch once again. Alright, so the scene did change. Right. Is that you, Hisao? The door's open, you can come in. Lily's voice lilts through the door and soothes my nerves. This is the first time I've been invited to a girl's room after dark. Even though I know there's no ulterior motive behind this invitation, it doesn't stop my mind running wild with possibilities. One guy, 2 girls, in a dorm room with a tea set. When I put it like that, it sounds a little dodgy. Given a small sigh to steady myself, I gingerly put my hand on the handle and open the door, craning my head to see inside. The door opens completely, and I catch my first glimpse of Lily's room. Her furniture looks almost antique, but the bare walls and flat surfaces are barely decorated at all. In the center of the room sits a low table, where I see a small tea set at rest. It seems that everything in this room has its place, possibly excepting the several piles of books stacked up against the wall. My sense of vision isn't the only one to be stimulated. The faint smell of something can be picked up on the air. Nail polish, perfume, makeup. It's hard to describe in any way other than girly. Hi, Cat. My eyes finish their quick sweep of the room before returning their position onto the girls. Lily sits next to the small table, wearing very dark blue pajamas. Dark blue pajamas with shorts that show off plenty of her alluring pale legs. Opposite her, Hanako sits adorned in a conservative light pink gown. Her hands are firmly fixed between her legs, her shoulders forward, and her head down as if trying to hide herself in it. But remember when I was talking about her scarring, like, yeah, it does, like, you know, extends to her neck right here. It would be easy for her to do. It looks about 2 sizes too big for her. Waves of flannel flow from her frame, making her look like a child playing dress-up in her parents' clothes. She looks up to confirm my identity, and the beginnings of a thin smile creep across her face, before vanishing so fast that I can't be sure they ever were there. There's no point in you standing in the doorway, Hisao. I take a step into the room. Excuse me. I take a step into the room, closing the door behind me. My, I'm afraid this really is a small room for the 3 of us. Would you like to take a seat? I slowly walk to the table and sit down, trying my hardest not to disturb anything along the way. I also can't help but steal a quick glance into Lily's top as I sit. To be robbed of sight would be a most terrible fate. Wait a minute, wait. I can't help but steal a quick glance into Lily's top as I sit. Were you looking down her shirt, Hisao? Granted, everyone here, I think, is of age. You know, so it wouldn't be weird. But I don't know about that. I mean, and besides, like, what is there to look at? Like, she's not, like, her top looks like it is firmly sealed shut. Well, now, how about some tea? Hanako, could you please pour?
Sure.
Hisao, would you like...
I would love some tea. Do you need a hand?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Lily finds it difficult to resist a smile at her companion's nervousness, something I can't really blame her for. Been a tiring day?
Yeah.
I relax at my place, opposite of the cabinet. To my left is the blue-clad Lily, and to my right sits the pink Hanako. The tea set on the table looks cute as well as practical, painted red with a floral motif. Hi, Plush. Maybe he was trying to peek at the scars. What scars? Well, first off, it's not Hanako, it was Lily. And second of all, Lily does not have any scars. I say this as someone who did play through her route. She does not have any scars on her. It looks odd when contrasted with Lily's plain but generally sophisticated looking furniture, which leads me to think that Hanako might have picked it out. There's a slight ting when Hanako accidentally clips the teapot on a cup as she's pouring. She breathes in sharply. She must be really nervous, as it's not the kind of thing anyone would worry about. Hanako quivers at her mistake. Sorry, a little tired. It's fine. Trust me, I'm a little tired too.
It's okay, Hanako. There's no need to be nervous.
Hanako seems to find some confidence in Lily's reassuringly soft-spoken words, and deftly pours the next 2 cups.
Here you are, Hisao. Lily.
Hanako carefully places a cup and saucer in front of Lily and myself. I could get used to service like this.
Thank you, Hanako.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Lily searches for her cup, and upon finding it, sips delicately. I do the same. This tea tastes somewhat better than the tea we usually have at school. This is nice. It's so different from any tea I had before.
Looks like you picked the right one, Hanako. You've done well, even if it was a bold move.
Hanako's smile returns, redoubled. Even with her blighted face, her shy smile couldn't be called anything but cute. Did you really have to describe her face like that? Blighted? Jeez.
I'm glad you like it.
Hanako, finally beginning to relax, sips from her cup. I think back to my chat with Misha the other day. Is Hanako's behavior something to be concerned about, or is she just shy? And then there was Lily earlier this morning. The concern from both of them seemed to be genuine, and they know the situation better than I. But really, how could I possibly help? I'm no plastic surgeon, so I can't really help her appearance. Nor am I a psychologist who can make her more sociable. So what the hell do Lily and Misha want me to do? It's frustrating. Hanako and I are quickly becoming friends on our own accord, and because of that, it's like everyone wants me to solve all her problems. And I have no idea how to do that. No one can cure my heart, nor Lily's eyes, nor anyone who's here in this school. However, I see no harm in becoming better friends with Hanako. Now that she's warming up to me, I kind of enjoy hanging out with her. It is interesting that he, says, I'm not a plastic surgeon, so I can't really help her appearance. Which is interesting that he notes that, because it's like... I mean, granted, I guess you could very much argue that, that could be, that could be what, that could be what people want him to do. Obviously not him to do, but, that she would want to be cured. Not cured. I keep saying cured. She's not sick! that she could be, that she could want her scars to be less noticeable, and you're not wrong in that regard. Like, but I will say that, that's not what Hanako wants. And I should express that, like, that whatever a person decides to do with their scars, that's their own business, and we shouldn't judge them for that. Like, some people may not want to have, noticeable scars like Hanako, and so they'll do anything to, hide them, and that's their choice. But then there are some people who will wear their scars out proudly, and again, that's their choice. We have no right to judge them for it. It's their body, and what they want to do with it is their own choice. So that's the first point. Don't be on this fan. Sushi, what are you doing? This is not steady. Get off the fan. Get off the fan. Jump down. Thank you. This is not a steady thing for you. So then on to the second point of a psychologist who can make her more sociable. I mean, to be fair, he's not wrong. It's like I am not her psychologist nor her psychiatrist. I am not trained to help her with her issues. I can only really provide support. But yeah, we'll figure out, like, what Hanako's whole thing is the further we go down her route, so.
So, Hisao, are you enjoying yourself? Lily's words break me out of my reverie, and I take a second to reconsider where I am. I'm in a room with two girls in their bedclothes. This is something to be enjoyed! Yeah, it's relaxing. Almost like I'm not in the school anymore. Do you do this often? Quite often, but not as often as we take tea in the school building. Considering they do that nearly every day, that's not a big surprise. As I move to take another sip from my teacup, I find it sadly empty. That was delicious. Thank you, Hanako. Lily. You're welcome. Yes, you're most welcome, Hisao. It's nice to have a third person here. Well, anytime you need someone to fill that position, I'm always available. Always. One must be sure to get one's point across in these circumstances. Lily lets loose a yawn, which she unsuccessfully hides with her hand. Pardon me, I think I'm a little tired. I think we're all a little tired. My, how astute we are tonight, Hanako. We really should head to bed. We all have class tomorrow. Yeah, I should go. Thank you for your presence, Hisao. Thanks. You'll come again? Not even a whole army could stop me. I'm impressed by your determination, Hisao. Either way, you're right. We'd best get going. I stand up and make for the door. Hanako gingerly stands up behind me. I stop and face her. Are you coming with me? Hanako instantly blossoms into full blush. No, not... This room isn't... It's okay, I was only joking. Oh. Okay. Good night. Good night, Hanako. Good night, Hisao. Night all. And with that, our tea party finishes. I'm still not sure what it is that Lily wants me to do for Hanako, but I don't want to let her down. I wait until the doors close behind us before turning to Hanako. Hey, Hanako, you don't have to be nervous around me or anything. I mean, we're friends, right? Right. We're... friends. If you ever want to hang out or anything, just let me know. We still need to have that chess rematch, remember? Sure. But I don't think you'll win.
It wouldn't be any fun if it was easy.
Hanako seems to give a muted laugh, but she could have just as easily been exhaling. Good night, Hisao. With that, Hanako quickly retreats into her room, located next to Lily's. I start to walk back to my dorm, but the simple act of walking seems to drain me of my energy. I barely make it to my room before I'm hit by a wave of exhaustion. I kick off my shoes, fall into bed, and fall asleep by the time my head hits the pillow.
Next scene done.
Ba ba da 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 ba.
Yay.
I pull my door closed, ready for another day of classes.
Oh, fuck. Alright, this one I'm definitely gonna need a big-ass drink for. Oh my god. Alright. Well, here we go!
Sleep well!
Ah!
Kenji's sudden arrival makes me jump, and I narrowly avoid butting heads with him. I know he has poor eyesight, but he knows who I am now. Does he still have to stand this close?
Oh. Yeah. Like a baby.
Damn, why do people say that? Have you ever heard a baby sleep? They scream all night, every night. Babies don't sleep well, ever.
Well, there goes my restful state.
I have to remember to never use figures of speech with Kenji.
Alright, I get your point. It was a figure of speech.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Where were you last night? I had a favor to ask, but you weren't around.
For a split second, I considered telling Kenji the truth, that I was spending time with Kaneko and Lily. Thankfully, that split second passes as soon as it came.
I was just out, checking out the local area and stuff. You know, recon.
Good, man, good. I knew you were the type to plan ahead.
Anyway, what was this favor you wanted?
Jesus. I was going to get some takeout, but I need a change.
Wait, what? I gave you money last week and you still haven't paid me back!
And I was starting to think you were cool.
Bitch, I need money! No, you're not allowed on the desk.
Kenji fishes around in his pocket and produces his wallet. As he counts out the 400 yen he owes me, I can clearly see at least two 10,000 yen notes.
Hey, what the hell? Why are you borrowing money off me when you've got that much cash?
Kenji hisses a little, realizing that he's been had.
Get off my case, man. It's bad luck to break a big note for anything less than half its value. It's the tycoon's rule. Last night's dinner is going to cost me 7 years of bad luck. 7 years! Don't you think that's enough cause to help someone out? I'd get a shorter sentence if I just stole the stuff.
My common sense screams at me to say something to him, but thankfully I restrain myself. Arguing a point like this with Kenji will just lead to further, more complicated discussions.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe you should plan these things a little better.
Yeah, man, I know. But I've just got so much stuff to do, it's hard. And you're never around anymore, so I'm on my own. We're supposed to be brothers in brotherhood, remember?
Yeah, I get ya. Global conspiracy and such. I'll keep my ear to the ground.
Kenji draws close enough for me to get a clear whiff of his garlic-tainted breath.
You better, man. You're already spending less time here. That's the first thing they do. They'll try to split us up. Divide and conquer. Sun Tzu said that.
Roger that. Now, I've got to be going. I've got classes. You coming?
Nah, I'm tired. I stayed up all night just to make sure nothing was going to happen after splitting that note.
As rational as ever, I see.
Whatever. Night.
There's a fucking fly in here. And that's why I'm, distracted a little bit.
Kenji scurries back into his room, and I hear him throwing his locks as I walk down the hallway.
That is why some people can't roll their tongues, or why their second toe is longer than their big toe.
Muto beams a half-moon smile at us, obviously proud of his explanation of recessive genes. However, no matter how impressed he is at the science that defines who we are, the classroom seems to be reduced to a stupor. Why is it that a bad explanation can make even the most interesting things seem worthless? I can see Muto deflate as he realizes that nothing he's said in the past half hour has sunk in. Whispered conversations start to break the silence, and like an avalanche, the noise level in the class starts to rise. Defeated, Muto identifies some questions from the textbook and sets to clearing off the blackboard. Almost as if expected, Hanako packs up her things and leaves as soon as people start talking and laughing among themselves. The initial shock of seeing someone placed so blatantly truant has started to fade, but it doesn't stop me from wondering. Is she leaving because she doesn't want people to speak to her? Or is it just the thought of people around her shattering her peace? Before I can think about the topic any further, the lunch bells ring. I wonder if she was simply taking the opportunity to leave early. The usual clamor of students exchanging books for lunch reverberates around the room, and while Misha is distracted, I grab my lunch and head out the door. Lily already sits in the tea room, setting out her lunch alone. So Hanako's not here then? Oh, Hisao, how are you? I haven't met Hanako since this morning, I'm afraid. That's right. Hanako and Lily live next to each other. Somehow I think their morning conversations are slightly more grounded than Kenji's ramblings. That's strange. She left class early, so I figured that she'd come here. So she's still leaving class early?
Huh? Yeah, I've seen her do it a few times.
Lily drops her head a little, and her tone of voice is notably depressed. It's very reminiscent of someone who's used to hearing bad news. I was so sure that she'd stop doing that once you two became friends. Everyone has their own pace, I suppose. Well, I was wondering about just that today. Why exactly does she leave? I'm not entirely sure myself. I personally think it's because she doesn't want to be put in a situation where she has to answer someone. I have a flashback of my first meeting with her, when I thought she looked like a cornered animal. Maybe I wasn't far from the truth. But she seems fine with talking to you, and with me, a bit. It's a little more complex than that. I imagine that the first thing most people ask about are her scars and what happened. She rarely talks about it with me, but I can tell that she doesn't like to remember whatever happened back then. Leaving class and running away from discussions is her preemptive strike, if you will. Huh. So then how does that explain her talking to me? You said it yourself yesterday at breakfast. You tried to ignore her scars. When she saw that you weren't going to ask her about that, she opened herself up to you.
I guess you're right. Maybe. I don't know. You know her better than I, so I'll take your word for it.
I wouldn't worry about that. I'm sure you'll come to know her as well as I do soon enough. I welcome the prospect of her having a new friend, and the two of you have such similar interests.
Well, I hardly count reading as a team sport. It is good to have company, though.
That's my point. Hanako is still an average person at heart. She also wants company at times like that.
Huh, I see. I think. To be honest, both of you still confuse me a little.
That's only natural, Sal. We've only known each other for a little while. It's unreasonable to expect you to understand us, just as we can't understand you. But that's half the fun of becoming friends, right?
Yes it is.
Although, I suppose there is the matter of us being opposite genders. Men and women do seem to confuse each other quite often.
Love the blatant erasure of autism. No. That was a joke, guys. That was a joke. I'm not being mean.
She says this with a light giggle, finding amusement at the odd little details of life. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to start eating.
No, go ahead. I think I'll eat something too. I've got some books I want to drop back at the library before classes start, so I'd better get a move on.
You'll probably find Hanako there as well. If you do see her, can you tell her to stop by my room later tonight? I'd like to talk to her.
You're not coming?
Unfortunately, I have a class representatives meeting later, so I'll be gone as soon as I finish my lunch.
Okay then, if I don't see her in the library, then I'll tell her in class. I'm sure she'll be back after lunch.
We fall silent as we start to eat, and I take a second to reflect on our conversation. I've always thought that Hanako's shyness was simply due to her being self-conscious of her scars. But that's a pretty superficial way of looking at her. Just when I thought I was able to see through the fog of Lily and Hanako, I realized that I'm more lost than when I started. Lily quickly finishes her lunch, acutely aware of her meeting. I don't blame her. Shizune is most likely going to be there, and I doubt she wants to give her the satisfaction of another argument. I must be off. Same time tomorrow?
Same time, same channel. I'd better head off too. I don't want to risk being late.
Lily smiles gently, picks up her cane, and walks out into the hall. I turn my back on Lily as we head in opposite directions. Excuse me. For some reason, I find myself hoping she doesn't get into another fight with Shizune. As much as I like Lily, Shizune and Misha have been pretty instrumental in helping me adjust, even if half of our conversations are thinly veiled recruitment attempts. Then again, I barely know either of them. Maybe they were previously leaders of some kind of secret society, but their love for each other drove them apart. Man, I need to stop reading cheap fiction. It's rotting my brain. Either that or I've got to move away from Kenji and his bad influence. It's sad that I can't tell the two apart anymore. I slide my books down the return chute and they crash into the car with a pleasant thud. Yuko, however, doesn't seem as impressed as I.
Sao! You scared me!
Sorry, I thought you would be used to that by now. Or is the literacy level here so low that nobody borrows any books?
Huh? No, I think everyone here can read fine.
Yeah, never mind. There are some battles that you can never win. Trying to explain jokes is one of them. My dad taught me that the hard way. Say, Yuko, have you seen Hanako about? She left class early, but she wasn't in her usual hiding place.
I think I saw her sneak in before lunch.
Oh, but I'm not supposed to tell anyone that.
I just told you that I saw her leave. No need to stress out.
Oh, of course. She's probably in the back.
Thanks. Get any new books in recently?
No, sorry. I'll let you know when we do, though.
Okay. If there's one thing I know about librarians, part-time or otherwise, it's that they appreciate people who take a genuine interest in their work. I walk the now familiar path to Hanako's reading nook, picking out a few titles along the way. Sometimes I find it hard to discover a book that will interest me among the shelves. An author's name and a two-word title don't mean much in a sea of similar words. For that reason, I sometimes reread books that I read in the past. Better to bet on the favorite than a new runner. An unfamiliar title from a familiar author peeks out among the spines of its neighbors, so I remove it from the shelf. At least I'm not going over old material. There she is. As expected, Hanako sits on her beanbag, buried deep in a copy of Dance, Dance, Dance. Hi, Hanako. How's it going? I fight back the urge to ask why she left class early. If Lily's suspicions were right, then asking her about that could have the opposite effect.
Best to leave it for the time being. Sometimes the best way to get an answer from someone is to never ask the question.
Hello, Hisao. I'm fine.
Something seems off, and after a couple of seconds, I realize what it is. Hanako's smiling. She looks as if she's pleased to see me. It's a nice change from the usual, instinctively frightened reaction, and something I hope I can see more of as we get to know each other better. Good to hear. How's that book? I've heard it's a trip.
It's good, I think. I've only just started it, so I don't really know.
Fair enough. Let me know how it goes. I may borrow it once you're done.
Sure.
There's a good 15 minutes left in lunch. Not enough to really get into a book, but too much to stand around doing nothing. And Hanako's already returned to her reading, so I doubt I'll get much conversation from her. Oh well, I better make myself comfortable. I slouch into a beanbag and crack open my book. The familiar style of the author leaps out at me from the very first line. As the sentences turn into paragraphs, I start to relax a little. But no matter how I try, I can't seem to get myself into the atmosphere of the book. This is partly due to the lack of time, but the more distracting factor is Hanako. Every 10 or so seconds she peers over the top of her book, but when our eyes meet, she quickly ducks behind the covers. I guess she did want to talk about something after all. What's up? You look like a prairie dog on lookout.
It's nothing.
I've told you before, nothing means something when you say it like that. Excuse me. Hanako squirms a little in her beanbag, hoping that by changing her position she'll find the words she's looking for.
I was in an accident.
Accident? Just now? Are you alright? Hanako shakes her head, her hair flowing around her shoulders in wisps of amethyst on a background of pale and dark flesh.
No, when I was younger.
And here's Hanako's theme. Realization crashes into me like a semi.
When I was...
It's alright, Hanako. You don't have to tell me anything if you don't want to. Again, she shakes her head.
No, I have to tell you.
But yeah, if you want to know what Hanako's theme it's called Painful History. That's her theme.
When I was young, I was in a fire. My house burned down, and I nearly didn't make it. After that, I was alone.
Hanako's eyes glisten in the dim light of the library, and I reach out to grasp her hand. It's okay, Hanako. You don't have to keep going.
But I have to.
Why? What brought this on?
Last night, Lily told me about your heart. And I didn't think it was fair.
Fair?
That I knew about you, but you didn't know about me.
I squeeze Hanako's hand a little. Don't be silly. But yes, I have a heart condition. I lean a little closer to Hanako. What I didn't tell Lily is that I had my first attack when a girl confessed to me. I smile a little to break the tension.
Really?
Really? I haven't heard from her for a while, though, so I guess it's all over. I know it's all over. There's no other way to interpret what happened the last time I saw her. Oh, wait a minute, there's no other way to interpret what happened the last time I saw her. In some ways, not having heard from her again has helped me move on from that period of my life. So now we both know a little more about each other. But you don't have to talk about things if you don't want to. In fact, I feel a little bad even thinking about that whole incident. I can almost smell the hospital's disinfectant burning the back of my sinuses again. I imagine Hanako's going through the same thing now. My eyes bother me, sorry. When I was in the hospital, I went to the burn ward once, and only once. I was bored, so I went for a walk through all the wards. Sounds like Layla's having a bit of trouble. I went through oncology and thought I could take it, but when I got to the burn ward, I turned around and went back to my bed. To think that Hanako would have spent months in a place like that, smelling nothing but corrupted skin, strong disinfectant, and sterilized air. The really bad cases were kept in isolated pods that no foreign objects could enter. That would have meant no reading. I would have gone insane if I didn't have my books in the hospital. And she said she was alone. Did her parents die? I'll have to ask Lily about it. I can imagine myself saying something dumb unintentionally. Yeah, but yeah, that is the thing, though, unfortunately, is that, because obviously when you are burned, your skin, depending on how severe it is, your skin can be gone. And all that. Or at the very least, very much, mangled, if that makes sense. And obviously, right, we know how our bodies work. We've been to biology, right, guys? Where, we can regrow our, we can make our skin up, we can heal our skin up and all that. So, so obviously for burns, that is, in a way, possible. But obviously, depending on the severity, it's keep in mind that, your skin is, I think if I remember right, the skin is considered the largest organ of your body. And all that. And obviously, we all have nerves. And, now granted, do not take me as a doctor. I am not a doctor. But obviously, right, your skin is your first layer of protection against anything that can, make you sick or hurt you or whatever. And the fact that, when you're burned, like that, you have to be kept in a sterilized environment so that you don't die from a potential disease. And obviously, when your skin is burned, there's a lot of nerves that can be very much affected. Thank you, Hisao. I haven't told many people about this. To be honest, I haven't told many people about my circumstances either. Then I won't tell anyone either. Deal. I changed my grip on Hanako's hand into a handshake as the warning bells chimed through the window. Well then, we better head back to class then, eh? Sure. Wait. Oh! We got through Act 2!
Nice! Act 3, Cast Lane. I didn't think we were gonna get... I thought it was gonna be longer than that. You know what? I think just because of that, let's take a break. Let's take a break. I will admit, I do like that, like, when you enter into a new act, you get these, like, little pictures, and they, and they slowly fill up the screen here. I never got this, unfortunately, but I think, like, when you get all 5 of the girls', like, paths and these little pictures here, they come together to form the shape of a heart, which I think is cute. Let's see. Alright, so that's Hanako's stuff. Lily. Rin. Hey, look at all these fucking scenes. But yeah, I actually... Oh, look at that. Look, equivalent exchange. In return for learning about his heart, Hanako reveals part of her past to Hisao. I do like that. Like the fact that, like, and I think that is, like, a really, really good scene between the two of them where, to Hanako, because she feels a little guilty for, knowing about Hisao's condition, yet he doesn't know about hers, she felt that it was only appropriate, fair, to tell him about her. And I really like that, she was, that she, like, I think, that scene really does, I think to me that scene shows the amount of, like, trust she has in Hisao to be able to tell him something that vulnerable, that raw. And it really does help to bring the two of them closer, because now it's like, they know a very vulnerable part of each other. Seriously, if there's one thing I love about this game, is that they really do make the scenes where, because obviously the whole point of these kinds of visual novels is for, the protagonist and the love interest to have believable connection, chemistry, so that when you're playing through a specific love interest's route, you root for them to get together, you root for their relationship. And this game is really good at creating that, like, that connection with all the girls, really. And all that, because, all the girls do have scenes like that where, where Hisao and the girl of his choice will be vulnerable and honest with each other as they get closer, and it's believable. I think it just depends. As to how well, like, the quality is. I mean, that's pretty much up to you, and I think it also does depend on, like, whether or not you like the girl in question, if that makes sense. Anyway, it's time for our break, so we will take our quick break. Alright, sorry about that. I know it's a little early, but considering the fact that we got through Act 2 pretty quickly, we should be alright. Alright. Man, I can't believe I should have done this earlier. Let's see. God, this is such a weird-ass fucking, like, soundtrack to play from. But, give me a moment. I'm gonna have to cut desktop audio for a moment. It's just to like, hello? This is such a weird ass pick for a soundtrack, but it's like, this is such a weird pick for a track, but you never know. Hopefully it's audible. Man, you know I've been watching too many VTubers stream. Anyway, I am gonna go get something to eat real quick. But yeah, so if you want, go take a bathroom break, get a drink, get some food, and we'll be right back with Katawa Shoujo in a little bit. So, I will be right back. Alright. I'm back. I have to wait for my thing to defrost. Actually, let me like get another track playing. Is this the one I'm thinking of? Where I was like, oh, this is actually good. Yeah, maybe? Yeah, this is good. Anyway, I guess while we, sit here, how was everyone's Thanksgiving? I forgot to ask about that, honestly. Hi. I hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving. I mean, I did for the most part. God, you know what I actually should do? I should look up, I should look up, so, like, the music that you're... So the music that you're currently hearing right now is from Unravel 2, the soundtrack, because I've been watching various members from Niji Sanji. I've watched like various members of Niji Sanji play through this game, and it's got a really good soundtrack. I was like, oh, okay. But you know what I should do is I should play some tracks from Stray, because that also has some good music in it too. Even if I can only really recall the ambient music that plays when you're in the first major area of the game, where you first meet the bots, the helper bots. I don't know what they're called officially. I forgot. But sorry, I'm currently checking Twitter. Oh, God, but, the last few days have been a fucking disaster. Well, I don't want to say a disaster, but, like, they've been very, like, but they have been very, like an emotional roller coaster. And it's not even because of anything that, like, it's not even because of anything, like, bad happening to me personally. You know, like, it's like at the over the grand scheme of things, it's just been like, in the grand scheme of things, it's just stuff that, like, doesn't really matter and all that outside of my personal enjoyment. But it's just been, like, alright, there we go. But yeah, like, this, like, it's just been, like, a fucking disaster. 'Cause, how do I put this? Like, I mean, overall, this past month has just been really bad for me overall. What the fuck is this? But yeah, like, this past like, month has just been awful for me overall. 'Cause, like, how do I put this? Like, it's just been, 'cause, I didn't really, like, talk about it much in the Genshin stream, because, like, I think I was just, like, so excited, but I think it was also just because, like, it wasn't, the stress and stuff wasn't really affecting me as much. Like, I was able to bury it, I guess, but then, like, I think, like, Thursday was just, like, pretty much, like, the the I think it was just like when the pot, I guess, like if you were to imagine a pot or a cup or whatever, where, you know, the water is like slowly building up over time, over the course of the last couple weeks, right? Like, Sunday was like, it was like probably like, probably 3/4. Or at the very least, like, halfway through. And then, late Wednesday night, unfortunately, I got some news that, like, and I should express, nothing bad happened to me personally. Nothing bad happened to me personally. If anything, I was only really feeling the after effects. Like, you know how, so, like, I'm not gonna delve too deeply into this because it doesn't concern, because strangers on the internet should not be concerned with this at all. But something personally bad did happen to a friend of mine, and they were really affected. They, like, and they were really, like, upset by it, and it sucked. And I was there with them, and basically, and the thing is that, like, obviously, is like, I care a lot about them, right? And I think you know who them is just by the fact I'm using they, them. But, is that I care a lot about them, and the thing is that, like, is that what happened to them, right, was, kind of hit me hard. Harder than you would think. And I think it's because of the fact that it's like, I know, like, I've seen the shit that they've gone through. I've listened to the stories that they've told me. And, regarding a certain aspect of life and all that. And when I got the news that, that this bad event happened, I was very upset because I was just like, I just felt really bad for them, I felt really, like, awful for them, because it's like, I don't know how else to put it other than just, like, caring about someone so much that when they're in pain, you feel like you're in pain. Which is a really weird way. Because it's like, the funny thing is, like, I know some people may be like, well, that's just called empathy, Airi, and it's like, I feel like if I say that, that makes it sound like I'm calling myself an empath, and I'm like, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be like Shane Dawson, who constantly says, like, oh, I'm an empath, when in reality he's a piece of shit. So that was, so it's like, I was really worried about them, and I was really hoping to God that they weren't going to do something stupid, because my friend has a history of doing impulsive things after something bad happens. And I don't mean, like, and impulsive things, I mean, it ranges anywhere from, like, from just buying some things that, from just buying things when they know they're running low on money, to, unfortunately, doing some self-destructive things. So I was just like, please, God, please don't do this. Thankfully they didn't do anything that was going to harm themselves. Thank God. And all that. But I think that kind of, like raised my stress level up a little bit. And it's not their fault. And I want to say that right now, it is not their fault. And all that, like, it is not their fault. Like, it just happened, and I'm not blaming them at all for it. But I think it definitely, like, raised my stress level a little bit. And so, Thursday comes around, it's Thanksgiving, and the thing is, right, is that me and this friend had planned to do something that night. And had planned to do something that night. We had planned this, like, last week, I think. Like, around a week ago. And the thing is, though, is that, like, me and them have... It is, like, it is notorious at this point that whenever me and this friend plan to do something, hang out or whatever... Like, 9 times out of 10, something pops up, and we have to reschedule. And it's one of the, it's one of the most, like, it's one of the most annoying and frustrating things. And the thing is that, like, I told my dad about this, just offhand, just casually, like the night after we had done that, I was like, yeah, I'm planning to do something with my friend on Thanksgiving. I sure hope nothing bad pops up. Which I feel like was just like a jinx or something. Which I feel like was just a jinx. Just like, oh, something bad has to happen because now you said it, you mentioned it. But, yeah, so, so obviously due to this very bad personal thing that happened to my friend happening literally, like, hours before we're supposed to do our thing, obviously it led to the canceling of plans. And here's the thing. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I am someone... right, that I will admit, like, I don't hang out with people very often. A lot of the times that's just because I just like to do my own thing 90% of the time. I like to do my own thing 90% of the time. And... and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that, when I was a kid, I was obviously not very popular. I wasn't a very popular person. And obviously that led to a lot of the time spent with me just playing by myself because it's like, well, I have no one else to play with, so I'll just entertain myself for the being. And that's been a trend for as long as I can remember. So I tend to, so I like to do things by myself, like, for 90% of the time. However, there's obviously that 10% where I'm like, okay, I want to hang out with people. I want to do something with people. So it's, so it's like, and the thing is, right, is that because of the fact that, like, that due to a combination of the lack of, like, things that, like, not really, like, lack of interest, it's more of just, like, like, due to the idea that, like, I don't really do a lot of activities that involve more than one person. Like, the most that I can really do is either watch parties or play games with people, but even then, like, games as in, like, And I say, like, play games with people as in, like, games that I am good at, if that makes sense. And so there's, so then, of course, when I want to hang out with people, it, of course, has to be at a time where they're available. Because obviously, with me not having a job and, of course, things that, like, basically I'm very flexible with my schedule, right? Outside of Thursdays. For the most part. I am usually always available, so of course, the hard part of trying to schedule a hangout is trying to coordinate with the other person's schedule. So, and obviously because, Gary lives on the other side of the fucking world, and tends to use, and I honestly feel like tends to have a schedule like a week in advance. Trying to coordinate a time to hang out with them in regards to their schedule is pretty hard sometimes. So obviously this really bad personal shit that happened to them obviously affected them to the point that we couldn't hang out that Thursday. And the thing is that I expected it, right? I expected it, I kind of figured it was going to happen. But I am someone that because I put in time and effort, right, to plan this. And the thing is, though, is that, this was, the first time I had actually chosen the date and time we were gonna do this. It's usually been Gary who does it. And I'm just okay, let me see. I'm probably available, that's fine. I was the one who picked the day and time. So I honestly feel that this was even more, I don't want to say special, but it was very much I want to have something to do on Thanksgiving, please hang out with me. And obviously they agreed, a week ago. But then, of course, after everything that happened, they couldn't do it anymore. And I understood that. But even then, there was a part of me that was upset. Because it's and that has always been a thing with me, is that, when it comes to planning stuff out, I very much, look forward to it, And so, of course, when the rug is pulled out from under me, I get very upset, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that because my specific brand of autism makes me rely so heavily on routine and things set, if that makes sense. The idea of change, or the idea of my routine being disrupted, it greatly upsets me. So of course Thursday I get upset. I don't do anything, by the way. I should express that, I don't do anything. I mainly do it to myself. To other people, I just keep a lot of, horrible shit to myself, right? So then Friday comes around, and I'm already dreading everything. I am already dreading what's gonna be Friday. So a little bit of context, right? I mean, now obviously I've been mentioning that I tend to play I play D&D now on Friday nights, with a group of people. And, all of last month, that was pretty much what I talked about every Sunday stream, was here's what happened in this D&D session, blah, 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 blah. Because it's fun, and I like to fucking talk about shit that makes me happy, right? However, the last 2 Fridays from that, but on this Friday night, the last 2 weeks, we hadn't been able to play D&D because of shit happening with players. And unfortunately, because we are at a point where it is very story heavy, we can't exactly move on without everyone there. So we've had to, keep postponing this session. And it's and this Friday, right, it's I was really looking forward to it, especially because, because I've been really looking forward to it, right? But the thing is, though, is that, like, I've been looking forward to playing D&D for the last 2 weeks, because those 2 weeks I'd also been writing something, and I'd been having a lot of struggles with it lately, and I don't know why. But the thing is that, like, because writing is a hobby that I pour a lot of time and effort into, and I have fun doing, the idea, the fact that I was struggling with something that I have fun with doing, like, it stresses me out. And so, of course, I view, playing D&D at the end of the week as a reward of sorts, or as a way of de-stressing from the frustrating aspects of writing. So the fact that I hadn't been able to do this already for 2 weeks, it's like, for 2 weeks, after days of struggling with my writing, and I'm not having, and realizing that I'm barely making any progress when I should be, it's been a lot, right? So then Friday, I'm waiting for news on whether or not we're going through with our session, and I get news at like 9:30, and it's been postponed yet again. And at that point, I think at that point, I should express, I was upset again. I was upset yet again. And I think at that and pretty much that pot I mentioned earlier, that cup or whatever that had been slowly filling up with water, like, Thursday, I think, was when it was spilling over the rim, I would say. But Friday, I think, was just like the straw that broke the camel's back. And, like, Friday was pretty much like the straw that broke the camel's, like, the postponement of the D&D session was pretty much turned what would have just been basically turned what was already, like, a pretty disappointing thing, right? And I think the stress and frustration from just the past month pretty much turned it into nuclear fallout. Now, I should express, again, I did not talk to anybody. I did not talk to anybody about about my emotional state. I screamed into the void that is Twitter, which is surprising considering I thought Twitter would have been gone last week because of Alan Muskrat's incompetence at running a company, but I digress. And I pretty much had a big mental breakdown. And basically, don't want to go too deeply into it, but let's just say that there are now 6 holes in my wall because I have a hard time processing anger after a certain point, and I ended up doing something stupid. And pretty much after I had calmed down, like, which was 4 hours later, excuse me, which was 4 hours later, I went on the Twitter to pretty much clarify what I had said earlier, because 4 hours at that, at 9:30 or something, or somewhere around that time, I basically tweeted out very angrily that I wanted November to be over because it was just so bad, and I can't even de-stress from it because one of the very few things that I use to de-stress from it, I've been struggling with. So fuck that. And then I tweeted out, I don't want to talk to anybody because I know I'm going to snap at you, and because I know I'm going to snap at you, and I don't want to deal with you right now. So then 4 hours later, I clarified, and I pretty much let out this whole thing where I had explained why I was, like, explained in vague terms why I was so upset and angry and all that. And, you know, and I think, Gary saw that, right? And pretty much we had a conversation later that night, and they pretty much explained to me that, because it's such a weird thing, and not a weird thing, and it was such a interest, and it was such like an eye-opening conversation, right? Because, you know, because I did explain, you know, because I did describe what I had done those 4 hours earlier. And of course they were concerned. I told them I was fine. Of course, I was calm after, you know, because believe me when I say that I feel like there's nothing more cathartic than just like, than just hurting stuff. You know, because obviously, like, my instinct, I'm not gonna lie when I say, like, my instinctual urge was to just go full scorched earth on everyone that I felt had wronged me. And that included a lot of people, by basically, going off on them. I mean, and thankfully I didn't do that. If there's one thing that I do commend, I do appreciate is that I do have incredible restraint. So, so the thing is, so Gary asks me, right, if I have ever heard of, rejection sensitive dysphoria, or RSD. And if you don't know what that is, it's basically I think it's described as like a phenomenon. I'm looking it up right now. Alright, so according to a lot of websites, rejection sensitive dysphoria is basically extreme emotional sensitivity and pain triggered by the perception that a person has been rejected or criticized, severe, or it's basically severe emotional pain due to perceived, failure or rejection. And the thing is I have been looking this up lately, right, to figure out whether or not this was what I had, but it's like the way that it was worded on a lot of these websites, it didn't really I figured it didn't really apply to me, so I just disregarded it. So of course I told Gary, that I had heard of it, and I had been looking it up lately, but I wasn't, but I didn't want to confirm anything, because, I'm just, because I feel like, to me, I don't trust my own self at times when it comes to my thought processes, so I was like, I probably don't have, so it's like, it sounds like I might have it, but I don't want to confirm anything, so I'm just not gonna label myself as such. But, the thing is with RSD is that it's a very common thing for people with ADHD, and the thing is I had been thinking for a while now at this point that in addition to being autistic, I might also have ADHD. Now granted, I'm not labeling myself with that yet because I would want a professional diagnosis to confirm or deny that. And unfortunately, I don't have the means yet to go to a psychologist, psychiatrist, whichever, to be diagnosed. So I've kind of just been, sitting on that. However, I did tell Gary, like, that, it could very well be possible I have this thing, especially if I do have ADHD. And Gary, of course, tells me that they have it. And they basically just told me, like, I think I recall specifically the message that said, like, but I definitely think you have it. And the way that they described RSD to me made a lot more sense. And, and basically, like, basically they said, basically the way they explained it was that, like, that basically that because I am someone who relies so heavily on routine and all that any change to that routine, any upset, right, is of course going to make you anxious, and of course the enthusiasm you feel into planning something, like, of course you're going to be super disappointed when it's not reciprocated, right? And, then they say, they go on to explain how it's like, that because I do have, like, difficulties in making friends IRL, that of course whenever I do plan stuff, that I, with friends I make online, of course it's going to be super upsetting when those plans are disrupted in any way, shape, or form, even if for a fact that it's understandable why it would be disrupted. And the way that I remember answering that was that, because, like, the thing is that, like, something that did catch my eye was the idea that, that, like, with RSD, right, was that you feel embarrassed or, like, a fool over this perception, this perceived rejection or whatever. And that honestly resonated with me because because it does feel like every time this kind of stuff happens, I do feel embarrassed. I do feel like a fool. And it's such a weird thing to, like, to feel in regards to that, And I think when it was described to me like that, it just clicked. It just clicked for me. So, 2 things were revealed to me throughout that conversation. One, that I probably most definitely have RSD, or rejection sensitive dysphoria, because of course I would. Of course I would! And 2, because it is a common symptom with people for ADHD, it pretty much knocked my suspicion that I might have it to, you probably have it. But I will admit, I almost came close to crying again a second time because, like... Because the thing is, though, that, like, up until that moment, right? Like, up until that moment, because I had no idea that it's because of this specific condition, the symptom or whatever, that was why, like, my that's why I feel that way every time, something is pulled out from under me, from under my routine, that disrupts my routine or whatnot. That, like, the way that I likened it to was that I felt I honestly thought that I was such a brat. Like, I was basically like a brat throwing a temper tantrum because I wasn't getting my way. Because honestly, when you think, because when you look at it from a shallow perspective, that is what it is, I feel like. I honestly feel like, from a shallow perspective, like, that's what it felt like to me, at least, is that, like, it's such bratty behavior to sit and cry and whine about how people are, about how, like, people are rejecting you and all that and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, especially when the logical, rational part of you knows, like, no, it's understandable, get the fuck over it. But obviously the more irrational part, the more emotional part of you is just like, no, fuck all those people, you're feeling hurt. And obviously, like, and that's part of the reason why I don't want to talk to people when I'm like that, because obviously, when I'm angry, my first instinct is, of course, to hit something, to cause it to hurt. Whether that thing is furniture, like my desk or my chair, versus a person. Now, obviously, of course, you can't hit people over the internet, so the next best thing is, of course, to say hurtful shit. And unfortunately, I have done that before, where it's like, I have felt so angry and frustrated and just, annoyed that, I have lashed out at other people before by saying hurtful things, things that I know, hurt them. Like their insecurities or their, and I should express that you should never do that. You should never say things that will hurt the other person, even if you're in a state of hurt yourself. Like, don't do that. That's not right. And it doesn't make you feel better. It doesn't make, and it's like, you think it makes you feel better, but, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's just going to make you feel worse, and you're going to end up regretting it later. And if you're unlucky enough, you may even lose that person because of it. And thankfully, I didn't do that. I didn't do that this time around, and I haven't done that in a while. But I know what I'm like. I want, it's like, because you think it's cathartic to, that when you're hurt, you want to hurt other people, especially the people that you feel have hurt you. And that's, and again, that's not right. That's not right. Like, it's understandable. And, and of course, and of course, like, the way that Gary explained it to me is that, like, yeah, you're not being, that, you can't help the way you feel sometimes. You can't help it. And and how you feel is valid, because in your brain, you do feel genuinely hurt. You do feel genuinely angry, and that's all right. What makes it wrong, however, is when you try to take it out on other people who don't deserve it. And they're right in that regard. So, when it, so of course, I came close to crying after that, because now it's, because I think the idea of just having my feelings, validated to an extent, and to not be judged for, for what I thought was bratty behavior, like childish behavior, it felt good in a way. And, to have, to know that, like, this isn't just you being, acting like half your age. No, this is like a real thing that happens to other people. You're not the only one who feels this way every time something like this happens. It only becomes a problem when you lash out at other people and hurt them in return. So that was a very eye-opening conversation. And of course, like, And it's like, even then, even then when I knew that's like, even though I didn't do anything, I still fucking apologized. I still apologized because it's like, you know, for the horrible act of even thinking of wanting to say horrible things. Yeah, you know, like apologizing for thought crimes, which is such a weird thing to do, but what can you do, right? But yeah, so Friday night was a roller coaster and a half. And then yesterday, like, I was feeling for the most part better, but then of course like what happened, like, minor things just happened yesterday to where it's like I could just feel that anger rising up again. And it's like, motherfucker, come on! Like, seriously, I legit thought that it's like, if this is the pattern that's gonna continue throughout this weekend, something has to go bad on Sunday. There is no way to escape it. And I hope to God nothing does happen tonight, because I swear to God, if something bad happens, I am just going to lose it again. But yeah, so this past month overall has just been a roller coaster for, oh boy, for one reason or another. But you know, this past weekend, pretty much just took the cherry on top, you know. Anyway, I spent almost an hour talking, and I hadn't even dove into what I was gonna eat. I had been waiting for it to defrost. So that was my weekend. And also, Plush, I don't know what white coat fear is. I'm assuming that's like a fear of doctors, but I'm like, I'm not scared of doctors. Shit. Gimme. I will admit, I think if there is one good thing that happened, it was that I got to see my brother again. For the first time in a while yesterday. Cause, now that my brother has moved out and gotten a couple of jobs to help pay for for his place, I haven't seen him around a lot. Like, I will receive occasional updates from our dad. You know, about what's been going on with him, but for the most part, I just haven't really, but I think this has been like the longest I hadn't seen him, because it's been like a couple months at least. So, you know, so that felt good. And he seems to be doing pretty well. I think it's just that unfortunately he's just, oh shit. It's just that unfortunately he's just been busy due to working 2 jobs and all that. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm finally eating this pie. And by the way, this is the same pie that I think I talked about eating before, like at the beginning of this year and last year. I stopped eating it after I think like either January or February this year, because COVID completely ruined my taste for chocolate. And I finally got to have this again after almost a year. I will admit, sorry. I think another thing too is that I talked about it a little bit in the Genshin tier list stream, but I think I'm honestly gonna skip out on Pokemon Scarlet and Violet this time. Like, I've made my opinion on this very clear. But for those unaware, when Scarlet and Violet were first announced, I specifically went on a tirade on Twitter because I did not like the fact, and I still don't. To this day, I still don't like the fact that the Pokemon Company were announcing Gen 9 right after, like, only a couple months or so, after Pokemon Legends Arceus was released. I still don't like it, and I will not like it, I think, until I die. Because to me, I felt like it was too soon. Excuse me. Because to me, I felt like it was just too soon. It's like, bruh, you released Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, like a few months ago. Then you released Pokemon Legends Arceus a couple months after those games were released, and now you're announcing Scarlet and Violet to be released later this year? That to me just reeks of crunch. And I think I'm fucking right, because from what I've been hearing people say about Scarlet and Violet, it is super buggy. It is super buggy and glitchy, and it's pretty clear that it needed more time in the oven before being chucked out for holiday season. And here's the thing, I don't blame Game Freak for this. I think at this point, it would be really stupid to blame Game Freak for, you know, for the rush product, because to me, right, like, I mean, yes, Game Freak are the developers, but who's the one that's ordering all these fucking games? It has to be the Pokemon Company, right? Like, to me, they need to learn that, like, we don't want 3 Pokemon games a year. We'll be fine with one every 3 years. But yeah, like, I don't... You know, especially because, like... And it's like, and it's like... You know, and unfortunately, it's like, I don't know if there is a way to stop the crunch culture going on with Game Freak, because people keep ordering these fucking games! And playing them. It's like, bruh! We gotta stop it! But still, I mean, even, I will admit, even if it wasn't for the crunch culture, I've still not been really interested in Scarlet and Violet. And I think it was pretty obvious by the fact that I wasn't excited to see trailers. Like, for real, I have not, like, seriously, I haven't watched any new trailers since, like, I'm trying to remember. I know I watched the announcement. I think it was the first trailer after that I stopped watching. And that should really tell you something. Because I remember when Sword and Shield were making the rounds, I watched all those trailers. I watched all those fucking trailers. And I think I did the same thing for Legends Arceus too. Or I think I might have, like, skipped the last bit of trailers for that game because because I didn't want to spoil myself. But with Scarlet and Violet, I just had no desire to watch them. Like, the only way I was able to tell that a new trailer dropped was when fans were drawing the new Pokemon that came from it. And it's like, that's always exciting. But for real, like, I just was not excited. So, I think because of that,
I'm probably not gonna end up playing Scarlet and Violet until another couple years. Cause I'm just not I'm just not ready. I'm not wanting it. Like I've actually haven't even, I'm so uninterested in Scarlet and Violet that I really don't care about the spoilers, which was something I was really insistent on for Sword and Shield and Legends Arceus. With this game, I don't care! And I can tell you right now, the last time I was like this, it was when Kingdom Hearts 3 DLC was dropping. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that I was Kingdom Hearts out. But yeah, I'm not looking, I'm not ready. I don't want to play Scarvio. And it's kind of funny too, because, Gary is, yeah, you know, because Gary was also like, because Gary's also, I think, kind of feeling the same way, where it's like, they don't want to play Scarvio either. I don't know whether or not they've decided they're gonna get a copy yet, but I know for a fact that they're not that they haven't been really like about it. And I'm like, yeah, don't blame ya. No, it's fine. I get it. I get it. Oh my god, I'm not gonna lie. Like, so I think I mentioned this last week, but I said I was gonna post my Genshin tier list up on Twitter for people to see, and so I did that. So I did it later that night, and I tagged Gary, and I actually thought they were gonna be a lot more harsh with it, with my picks. Like, mainly for the fact that, like, because come on, Airi. Oh, because, Gary does not like, Ningguang. And I thought they were gonna I thought they were gonna call me out for putting her on the, A tier. But instead, like, when I asked them about that too, I was like, why didn't you call me out for that? And they were like, and they just replied to me, like, whenever I see Ningguang's name, I just like instinctively black it out or block it out, and I was like, are you kidding me? Like, the funny thing, like they talked about my choice for Ito being on A tier, and the only choice that they really agreed with was Shenhe in S tier, which I thought was funny. Alright, so I think it's really about time that we get back into Katawa Shoujo. We spent over an hour on a break, so
Damn it, I hate the phone typing sometimes. Alright. Alright, say goodbye to Firefox. Alright. With that out of the way, let's get back into it. Alright. The tint of the room slowly changes from the shine of the afternoon to the orange of dusk. A clock lazily ticks away the seconds, counting in the background on the verge of hearing. A clock lazily ticks away the seconds, counting in the background on the verge of hearing. But no matter how long I wait, the outcome cannot be changed. The diminutive playing piece makes a small click against the board. Like a wound spring, Hanako makes her move only moments after mine. It's embarrassing. In comparison to my 5-minute moves, she seems to know exactly what she wants to do.
Mate.
Again? What does that make this? 3-2?
Stalemates don't count.
Damn, you're getting better at this every day. That or she's been holding back. I never thought it when I first met her, but she really has a knack for this game. Chess seems to have become a popular pastime for the two of us, hiding away in the tea room playing a game or two after classes. From here, the students outside can just barely be heard milling about. The everyday noises from below remind me a little of my life before Yamaku, though I'm by now well aware that it's a life I'll never get back to. Fancy another game?
I have to finish my homework.
Oh, well, I'll see you tomorrow then.
But what about this?
Hanako points to the tea set surrounding the mostly empty chessboard. Don't worry about that, I've got it.
Oh, okay. See you.
Later. She's stuttering less. Hanako departs as I start cleaning up the area. The occasional whistles and cheers from the sporting clubs outside become less frequent, eventually approaching silence. A part of me still wants to be in some kind of team. Since I played soccer and other sports before my accident, I guess it's only normal to feel nostalgic about what I can't do anymore. But I have other reasons than that for my coming here so often, and I don't feel so bad about losing that part of myself because of them. Lily is a good friend by now, but it's the small exchanges I have with Hanako that feel especially dear. The small victories I feel every day as I see more of what she's like under her self-imposed shell. That's why I come here most of all. As I'm putting away cups and saucers, I hear talking outside the door. Pausing for a moment to listen, I can make out that it's Hanako and Lily, and decide to go outside to investigate.
Are you quite sure? I'm sure. Hisao.
Hanako turns to see me with a look of mild surprise as she notices my approach. Lily must have caught her just as she was about to leave.
Oh my, Hisao is here as well.
Afternoon, Lily. What's up?
I was hoping, now that I've finished with my class representative duties for the day, that I might have the two of you accompany me for tea at the Shanghai. It would be nice to enjoy ourselves outside of the school for a change.
I'd be up for it. I think Hanako had work to do, though?
It's not all that much.
Wonderful. It seems that we're decided then. I cast my eyes across the cafe as the three of us step in. As usual, there are only a handful of people around at most, and the noise level is a quiet background hum. The hold Lily has on Hanako's arm remains just as it has been for the entire slow walk down the hill to the local town, though it's hard to say for which reason, for Lily's guidance or for Hanako's reassurance. For a moment, Lily removes her arm from Hanako's to retract her cane as Yuko quickly skitters over to where we stand, but soon replaces it right back where it had been.
Welcome to the Shanghai. May I take your order?
She gives a deep bow, her well-delivered and professional introduction putting her in a good mood. It's a nice change from the norm for Yuko. Just tea, please. Hanako, Hisao? I'll have a slice of pie and a coffee.
Just tea, please. Coming right up. Please take any seat you wish, and I'll be back shortly.
Yuko gives a smile and a nod before shuffling to the counter, and we make our way to some empty seats by the window in quick measure. We slip into our seats, the girls on one side with Lily's cane propped up beside them and I on the other. I realize that Hanako's not doing something that she so often does. Rather than keeping her eyes pinned to the ground and hiding behind her blind escort, busily trying to convince herself that the world around them doesn't exist, she's merely keeping her eyes low and helping Lily around. Are you okay, Lily? You look tired. She lowers her head a little, looking somewhat embarrassed that she let it show. Class representative work can be very tiring, considering that it often means dealing with the student council. Very tiring indeed.
How do the other representatives go?
Better than I, but not by much. Shizune is a harsh taskmaster no matter whom she deals with. It doesn't sound like you particularly relish the job. Why do you do it in the first place if it's that bad? Being a class representative is enjoyable, and I can deal with the responsibility well enough. It's just that the people involved are sometimes... She trails off, cutting her words at a rather opportune spot. It's hard to imagine Lily cursing, but I imagine that if anyone can make her do so, it would be Shizune. Hanako looks to be withering a bit in the light of such conflict, but before I can steer the topic away a little, she stands up. Hanako?
I'll be back in a bit.
With that, she leaves for the restrooms. I suppose that's one way to deal with the situation, if that was indeed her motivation. Lily, however, looks a little wounded. Don't worry about it. I don't think it was you. But I think she's been getting stronger recently. You've seen it yourself, right? That went a bit awry. Fortunately, Lily doesn't look offended, and by now I really shouldn't be quite so scared of stepping on that landmine around her. Possibly. Sometimes I find it hard to tell, though. Silence reigns for a moment before 2 teacups, a pie, and a mug of steaming coffee appear in front of us. I notice that Yuko takes special care to place the teacup against the tip of Lily's fingers, letting her know where it is.
Here you go.
Thanks, Yuko. Thank you. With a quick and silent bow, the bespectacled waitress takes her leave. Ah, that's right. I was meaning to ask you something, and now would be the right time to do so. I'm all ears. Hanako's birthday is coming up, and I was hoping that you might accompany me for the present shopping in the city this weekend. Hanako's birthday is soon? I suppose it would be a nice chance to cheer her up a bit. Like Yuko, she always seems to be teetering on the edge of either panic or depression, and I've never seen her enjoy herself much outside of our chess games. All that aside, learning the layout of the city better than with a friend keeping me company sounds like a good way to spend a weekend. Sure, I'd be happy to. Have you got any plans for what to do for her birthday? A party or anything?
Hanako being Hanako, perhaps a low-key affair would be...
Lily suddenly cuts herself short, leaving me to wonder why as she brings her teacup to her lips and begins to sip. After a few seconds, I notice Hanako walking up to us over her shoulder. Lily's hearing must be very good indeed if it was the sound of the restroom door opening that tipped her off. Hanako takes her seat once again and wastes no time in drinking her tea. Soon the three of us are quietly eating and drinking as the sun sets. It's a nice way to spend the remainder of the day's light, and it makes me appreciate the quiet and serene surroundings of Yamaku. I think I'm really beginning to like life here, as isolated as it may be. I finish off the last of my coffee and rest the mug on the table while the girls talk between themselves. The coffee here is a little bitter for my tastes, but still quite good. Better than what I can make for myself in any case. The girls' discussion is mainly focused on their respective reading preferences, which does give me a little curiosity about a related topic. Hey Hanako, I was just wondering, aside from chess and reading, do you have any hobbies or things you like doing? She's completely stopped in her tracks, looking quite surprised that anyone would be interested in asking such a question about her. It takes her a little time to formulate a response.
I guess I like singing a little. I'm okay with computers as well, but I don't use them all that much.
Singing's not exactly something I expected to hear. It's hard to imagine her singing voice, given how soft-spoken she is. Lily, on the other hand, simply nods. She must already know all this, since she's been friends with Hanako for 1 year or so by now.
What about...
Me? Wait a minute, me? She hesitates before quickly flicking her head up and down. It's only logical that she'd want me to talk about my hobbies after she's told me hers. There's chess, obviously, but also... There was soccer as well, though I can't really do that anymore. Reading, which I picked up in hospital. This is surprisingly hard. Lily and Hanako look a little put off by the direction this is taking, and the more I think about it, the more I am too. It sounds as if you've picked up quite a few things since your accident. Lily's candor is coated with probably the most positive spin one could put on what I said. Hanako, however, is silent. If a situation becomes difficult, her reaction always seems to be withdrawing into silence, in order to prevent things getting worse. That or physically retreating. Oh. A soft ringing gives us pause. As Lily reaches into her pocket, it becomes obvious that the sound's coming from her phone. Sorry.
It's okay.
Lily gives a quick nod before shuffling out of her seat and taking the call a little distance away, to avoid disturbing the both of us. Must be nice to be popular. Hanako smiles, but doesn't take up the hook for further discussion. I end up just sitting back and closing my eyes, relaxing as best I can. It's nice and peaceful here. I wonder what it'd be like to have grown up somewhere like this, rather than in the city.
You come from the city?
Looks like I found something she wants to talk about. Yeah, you could say I was a city kid through and through.
It sounds like a lot changed.
It did. I'm still not quite sure what to make of it all, though. It's a bit of a culture shock, in more ways than one. You must have gone through something like this when you first arrived at Yamaku, right? I'd imagine most new students would.
Not really.
Hanako gazes a little to the side, looking unwilling to go on. I tilt my head inquisitively, but a couple of seconds pass with no further answer. But can't we deal with that on Monday? The fallout has hardly settled from the last... I understand. I'll try to talk her down. You know what she's like when she gets locked onto an idea. Yes, thank you. I'll talk to you later then. Goodbye. Lily's conversation ends with the snap of her phone closing. She returns to our table, but doesn't take her seat. Need to go? Unfortunately. Excuse me. Class representative work calls once again.
I can come with you.
It's all right, Hanako. I'll just be going straight to the student council. There's no need to spoil a fine evening on my account. Besides, if you were to accompany me back on my way back to the school, who would keep our poor Hisao company?
Okay.
I can join you for tea again later tonight if you'd like. I may well need it. We agree on that plan, and Lily says her farewells to the both of us, taking her cane after Hanako passes it to her. Despite my offer to pay for Lily's share, she insists on giving us her portion of the bill, and gives her regards to Yuko as she takes her leave. And then, we're alone. It may be all well and good to leave Hanako and me alone to have some time together, but all it typically means is the two of us sitting near each other in silence for a while. I wonder what I must look like to Hanako. I never thought of myself as a scary person, but to have someone my own age acting this way around me makes me intensely self-aware, as if it's my fault that she's so troubled. She might get more used to people if she were to stop being so cloistered in Yamaku, but then again, when even people much older than her react so strongly after a single glance at her face, she may well feel the same way I do now. It's a real catch-22. If she stays in Yamaku, she won't get used to socializing. But if she leaves, any efforts she might try would get thrown back at her by the people who can't deal with her scarring. Want to order something else to keep us going? We haven't had much of a dinner after all. Hanako brightens and nods vigorously, glad that I brought up the topic for her. I catch Yuko's gaze, and she dutifully comes over to take our orders.
Would you like something else?
I'll just have a sandwich special and hot chocolate. Bit late for coffee by now. Hanako?
I'll have the same.
With a nod and a bow, Yuko turns on the ball of her foot and returns behind the counter, where she busies herself fishing out bread and condiments and working the machine to make our drinks. Not a word is said between us until Yuko comes back. She smiles and gives us our food and drinks, before moving to a customer who's called for her attention. I give up on the prospect of having much of a conversation with my companion and decide to just enjoy the meal, small as it excuse me. Small as it may be. It tastes nice, as does most of the food here. After having a few mouthfuls, I notice something's missing, namely the sound of Hanako eating. Looking back to her, I see Hanako fidgeting a little behind her untouched sandwich. Not hungry? She shakes her head from side to side. Even as she does, the patch of hair she keeps over the right side of her face still does its job and just... Even as she does, the patch of hair she keeps over the right side of her face still does its job in hiding it almost entirely.
It's not that.
Aw, I was all ready to have your share too.
You looked troubled. Is something wrong?
I'm startled by her thinking that I'm the one who looks troubled, but on second thought she's probably right. My face may have given away my emotions without me noticing, and she's hardly a dim person. Quite the opposite. We're friends, right?
Friends.
From the tone of her voice and shrinking posture, it looks as though I've hit yet another landmine. This is another reason why interacting with her is difficult. The self-imposed psychological barrier she puts up between herself and others.
including me, and, most likely, even Lily. It's a shame that...
I think that we are. I'm a little taken off guard by Hanako's straightforward answer, all the more so since I was about to give up on getting any reply at all.
I see.
Am I wrong? Sorry,
No, it's just... hearing confirmation of that from you is reassuring. To pick up on what you said earlier, since coming to Yamaku, I've been a bit uneasy about how I should relate with others. I find myself chuckling a little. It's surprising how much of a relief that was. I can feel my face smiling as I pick up my cup of hot chocolate and bring it to my lips. Ah! That's hot!
That's why I haven't eaten yet. I was waiting for my drink to cool down first.
I guess I'll wait then.
The both of us share a little chuckle. The situation isn't really that funny, but for some reason, it feels like laughing is the most natural thing to do right now.
I guess we were both a bit wound up about each other. I was so busy thinking Hanako was the one with something wrong, it took her to remind me that I was uneasy as well. But be that as it may, it still feels a little nice. A little nice to have someone thinking about me like that, in her own way. Following a long, quiet trudge up the hill and into the school grounds, the two of us find ourselves between the two dormitories. Regular night patrols pass between the male and female dormitory buildings, both for security and to quickly raise the alarm for any medical issues that may arise. The guard currently on duty notices us and gives us a quick nod as he continues on his way. A loud yawn escapes from Hanako's mouth before she has a chance to cover it. I have little doubt she's fairly tired by now. I'd better be off to my room then. See you tomorrow, Hanako.
Good night.
We separate and begin to walk our separate ways before I stop and look back. Hanako stands there, waving to me as she smiles. I smile and wave back to her, and after a few seconds, she turns and walks up the stairs to her dormitory building, disappearing through the door. These little moments we share between us feel like a small treasure. One thing is sure. I want to protect that small, delicate smile she so fleetingly wears around so few people. I wonder about these feelings I have when Hanako's around, and when I'm able to do things for her. Whether they may be the seed for something beyond what we share now. We're getting there. Da-da-da, ba-da-ba, 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 ba-da-ba. Alright, so before we continue on, it is kind of interesting, because keep this line in mind. I want to protect that small, delicate smile she so fleetingly wears around so few people. Keep that line in mind. Alright, new scene. But yeah, we are getting there. We are getting to, like, when they have feelings for each other. The summertime sun is something to be savored, but when combined with the clean country air, it's all the better. The track and field club members are horsing around on the field ahead. Some are playing with a soccer ball, others are talking, and a few laugh as two of them mock fight with each other. None of them pay me any heed as I sit alone on the grass, underneath the shade of a particularly large tree. It's a nice and peaceful moment after a dreary day of schoolwork. I played soccer pretty often before my heart attack, so I had thought it would be really nostalgic to watch them. What I'm feeling now, though, is quite distinct from that emotion. Oh, hey! I hear footsteps approaching from behind me.
and I turn to my side to see one of my classmates taking a seat beside me. I'm taken off guard, as two of us haven't talked much before, and I didn't think anyone would notice me here.
Sup?
Hi. Miura, wasn't it?
Just call me Miki. Surnames are too stuffy.
Likewise, then. We both look back out to the field where the guys are playing. It looks like they're getting ready to have a second game, with people spreading out to their positions and the ball being carried to the center of the field. Sure enough, the whistle is blown to begin the match and they get right back into it. Not going to play?
Nah, just gonna rest for a bit. What about you? You kinda looked like you wanted to play when you were watching us before.
So someone did notice me after all. It's kind of a long story. Her face says that I've piqued her interest. I'm in Yamaku because I've got a heart condition. I can't really play soccer anymore.
Wanted to be a soccer player, did ya?
No, I only really did it for fun. My friends played it, so I played it as well. Any of those guys playing around could have been me before my accident. But I don't feel like I have any real wish to go back to that either. It's a little hard to explain. I'm still decently physically built from the days when I played, even if my strengths largely left me by now, and I got on well with the other club members. When I think about it, I should feel pretty bad watching people play when I can't anymore. Yet I don't. Maybe it's a good thing. A sign that I've gotten over it and that I'm ready to become a new person. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling.
It's cool. I'm actually glad to hear that. It sounds like you really have your stuff together. Some of the people that come to Yamaku are pretty messed up at first.
So you're a member of the track and field club then?
Yep, been in it since I first arrived.
Don't suppose you're friends with Emmy? Short, fast runner, no legs. I don't think there are all that many female track and field members.
Emmy. Everyone knows about her, don't they? But nah, I tend to get on better with guys, so me and Emmy don't really talk much. Anyway, what about you?
Well, I'm not really in any clubs. Real clubs, anyway.
You've been hanging around with Hanako and that blonde Amazon, though, right?
Blonde Amazon. I suppose Lily has the height to fit that description, if nothing else. I nod in response, without making too fine a point of things.
Then don't worry about it. As long as you've got some friends, you don't need to join a club.
A loud whistling from the field attracts our attention. One of the players is on the ground, clutching his leg, and the others stop play to jog up to him, leaving Mickey grimacing.
Ouch, that looks painful. That guy really has bad luck.
As she continues to look out onto the field, I can't help being reminded of her own injuries. Her left arm, ending in a stump rather than a hand, has been bandaged up for the entire time I've been in Yamaku, and her injury doesn't seem that new. She turns to talk to me again and catches me looking. Both of us sit in awkward silence as she takes her bandaged arm and holds it in her lap with the other remaining hand. Sorry, I guess I'm still a bit...
It's fine. Really.
Her tone is light, but neither of us say anything afterwards. Every disabled student here has their own way of dealing with their problems, and some finding their conditions troublesome is only natural. I'm included among them, after all. The injured guy from the soccer game manages to get onto his feet with some help, and ends up hobbling off the field with one arm over the shoulder of another for support. Probably just pulled a muscle if he could still manage to walk. The whistle blows again, and the game continues once more with one less man on the field.
Hanging out with Hanako and that blonde girl, you keep some pretty strange company.
How so?
It's just that Hanako's kind of... I don't know.
Shy?
No, it's not really that. It's just... she's got some issues, I think. I can't really put it in a nice way. Not that I don't think she's a nice person, though. She's perfectly nice.
just hard to deal with. It sounds like Miki, or at least some other people in the class, have tried to get closer to Hanako in the past, and that it didn't go well. I think her judgment is rather harsh, given that everyone, not just those in Yamaku, have had their own issues. Then again, I haven't known Hanako for that long, so it wouldn't surprise me if there was some stuff I didn't know about. I'll just take it as it comes. She's a nice person, and I think that should be all that matters. Miki's eyes narrow a little, and her smile spreads. You really like her, don't you? Miki certainly doesn't mince words. Let's see what the walkthrough says. Haha. We gotta admit it. Aww. To be completely honest, yeah, I do. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone. Hey, whoa, you can trust me. No problems there. To be honest, I think it's kind of cute. If you want to go for it, don't let me stop you. Thanks. She may say that, but she was just talking about Hanako having issues. Still, I want to hold myself to the words I said. Hanako's problems don't matter. I'll deal with anything that comes up because I want to help her. If there's even the smallest possibility that I can pull Hanako out of her depression and seclusion, then I should work towards that no matter what. If she needs a prince, then I'll be that prince. Keep that in mind. As I think about the possibility of a relationship, I can see Miki grinning at me while watching my face. I'm no doubt blushing, and looking away from her only makes her laugh. Miki gives off a different vibe from the other girls. Talking to her feels more like talking to a guy than a woman. Her saying she prefers male company doesn't seem to dispel that notion either. Glancing at my watch shows that lunch break is ending in only a few minutes. Time to start heading back to class. Lunch is about to end. Wanna head back? Yeah, we better. I pick myself up off the grass and dust myself off, offering a hand to Miki to help her up as well. She takes it and easily pulls herself up, showing the muscles moving in her toned bare arms in the process. Come to think of it, why aren't you wearing the normal girl's blouse? It's too hot and constricting. The boy's uniform is better anyway. She throws her arms around a bit to emphasize her point, which has the side effect of showing off one particular part of her body that would be especially constricted by the blouse. I'm guessing her chest. The two of us start the walk back to the main building through the gardens, talking as we go. It sounds like you're settling in well. That's a relief. It was pretty surprising to get a transfer student at this point in the year, considering the exams are coming up. Don't remind me. Don't worry about them. Just cram it and you'll be fine. That doesn't sound like good advice. She claps my shoulder a couple of times as she grins. I don't think she takes school very seriously. You seem like a smart guy, and Muto's taken to you well already. You're like a hand in a glove. Now to work out whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I still don't know what to make of this school. I've been here a few weeks already, but I still feel dazed at times. You'll get used to it. Just give it some time. It's only a high school, just like any other. She makes it sound so simple, but I've never thought about it that way. To me, Yamaku symbolized a marked shift in my life. I was no longer normal. I was different and was to be educated with other different people. And yet, I'm walking back to class and talking casually with a classmate during lunch, after watching some others play a soccer game. All perfectly normal. Maybe she has a point. Maybe I should just look at Hanako in the same way. Everyone has their own issues. This is hardly something unique to Yamaku. After all, it's only a high school, just like any other. As we continue to talk, I find myself smiling. Miki and I are very different people in almost every way, but it feels good to have gotten to know another classmate a bit better.
Wait, Jesus, that's another scene gun? Da 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 ba da ba ba da ba. Well, shit! Did not know that was gonna be it. Oh my god. We're getting through these scenes quick! Ooh, excuse me. Man, I feel the need to go to the bathroom all of a sudden.
A light breeze blows the scent of early summer around my head while I wait for Lily. Small white clouds litter the sky, breaking up the monotony of the blue. Hisao, are you here? Lily's voice lilts on the breeze as if they were one and the same thing. I stop gazing into the sky to examine Lily. With a peach-off-the-shoulder sweater and tan ankle-length skirt, in addition to tan sandals, she's quite a nice sight. Yeah, I'm over here, Lily, near the gate. Were you able to sneak away from Hanako? Yes. It's not uncommon for me to go out during weekends, so I don't think she noticed anything suspicious. That and she has someone she sees. Lily purses her lips, as if she maybe shouldn't have continued. I find it a little hard to believe.
Hanako's seen someone? Really?
No, it's just... she sees a therapist every so often on weekends.
Oh. Well, that does make a lot of sense.
Lily rubs her arm uncomfortably, and after one look at her troubled expression, I quickly move to change the topic away from Hanako.
Huh.
Yes?
I was just wondering, you can get around the city on your own?
Lily sighs in my consternation surrounding the topic of her blindness. I'm my own worst enemy sometimes.
It's just like... I mean, to be fair, that's gotta be a question that feels like babying. I mean, I understand, but it's also like, I imagine that to the disabled person, it's like, wow, you're functioning on your own, and it's like you don't want to be treated like a baby. She's just like, what the fuck? It's fine. Excuse me. Alright.
I can, yes. It's easier when I'm out with a friend or my sister, though.
I wonder how Lily gets along with her sister. Being an only child, it's hard to imagine what having a sibling would be like, so it makes me a little envious of her. Right. Well then, the bus arrives in a few minutes, so we should probably get a move on.
Indeed. It's a long wait if we miss this one.
With that, we set off for the bus stop on the hill. It's only a small distance from the school gate, so it's very convenient. It's a nice view from here. Coming from the city, I never really got to see scenery like this, let alone on a daily basis.
This area is nice for me as well. It's tranquil and away from the noises and smells of the city.
Lily's head perks up in a trademark gesture of hers, signifying that she's caught a sound.
Oh, here comes the bus.
I look down the road to see the bus trundling up the hill. Her hearing's quite a useful tool. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's like, I think it's a known fact that pretty much, like, if you're impaired in one sense, your other senses are heightened. So, of course, with her being blind, her hearing's probably gotta be great.
The bus only takes a short while to reach the bus stop, forcing its way up the road, and within a minute we're on our way to the city. Look at the city! Walking around the city, I feel a distinct nostalgia. The smells, the traffic, the tall buildings everywhere. It's a lot like my native city, save for the raised walkways. It feels a little weird, walking around a city as casually as I would in a park, but with cars rushing around underneath me. As I'm busily pondering the engineering marvel that is the raised walkway, I get a surprise. It takes a moment for me to realize that Lily has wrapped her arm around mine, extending her cane in front of her with her other hand. For a moment I'm startled, but I manage to keep enough of a lid on it for Lily not to notice. While it's not the first time that Lily's relied on me for guidance, she'd only held onto my sleeve's cuff before. It's logical that it would be easier for her to navigate a crowded and complex area such as the city while securely linked, but I'm far from being as used to this kind of contact as Lily is. Finally realizing the growing silence between us as Lily waits for me to get moving, I quickly kick my brain into gear. You know, it was quite a surprise that Hanako likes to sing. Have you ever heard her do that before?
I have indeed. We've been to karaoke sessions several times, along with my sister. I can't say I take to the activity much, but the other two like it.
Maybe Hanako doing karaoke isn't more fitting than I initially thought. Just her and those she knows all alone in a little room. It would give her a rare chance to let her guard down, with nobody else there to judge her. Maybe it would be nice to bring her into town for a karaoke birthday party if she likes doing it.
I'm not sure she would deal very well with the excitement.
Yes? I can't... Where... Is that what you were wanting, pets? I can't really pet you right now. I gotta pay attention to this. I move to protest, but her face shows that she's mulling the proposal over some more. It takes quite some time for her to come to a conclusion.
Then again, the best thing we can do for Hanako at this point is to try to create some pleasant birthday memories. Continually treating her as if she's abnormal won't help.
I think you're right. If she has something to remember apart from loss, then maybe she'll come around. If we bought her something nice that she could see every day, then maybe she'd be able to take her mind off her past and remember that she has friends. And in any case, I think Hanako can handle something like this. In the time I've spent beside her, I've learned that she isn't quite as frightfully fragile as I first thought she was. So, shall we be off? I'm not really sure about the layout of this area.
Very well. I might like to suggest having something to eat first.
I haven't either, so that sounds like a good plan.
Make sure you choose a nice place, Asao.
She gives a teasing smile. One that makes me smile reflexively in response, even if she can't see that. I'll make very sure I do. Don't worry about that. Once inside, I order 2 slices of pie and accompanying cups of tea and take them back to our table. I'd peg this cafe as the type to appeal to Lily. Small and quiet, but well kept and somewhat upscale. Going by the dainty smile she wears, I don't really know if I chose right. It's very, very rare to not see her smiling after all. Nevertheless, I take a seat near her at one of the corner tables and lay down our small meals. Lily gingerly brings her head over the slice of pie placed in front of her, delicately taking in the aroma.
Lemon pie, is it? Thank you, Asao.
No problem. The tea is just next to it, so be careful not to knock it over. She nods appreciatively. But judging from the slightly weak smile she has, the warning wasn't really necessary. I suppose the sound must have tipped her off to its position. Listen, it's fine. I mean, I do think it is, like, seriously, it is sweet that it's like he's trying to be helpful, but it's just like you're being a little babying.
A little coddling.
We both tuck into our food without further ado, both of us remaining largely silent as we do so. Lily isn't the type to appreciate discussion while eating, and I can't say I like it either. Eventually we finish both our meals, and the last of our teacups follows in short order. Lily's the first to break the silence. That was very nice. I must say you've chosen quite well, Hisao.
This is the first time I've really had much of a look around the city, so all I could really do is choose somewhere that looked nice. Damn. Sorry. I feel really bad for inadvertently bringing up the subject of sight around Lily, but she doesn't appear to mind much. Quite the opposite. She almost looks amused by my awkward attempt at an apology.
You are thoughtful, Asal, but sometimes I fear that it gets the better of you. There's no need to change your speech on my account.
Lily truly is pretty comfortable in dealing with her condition. I still hasten to change the subject, as I can't really say that I share her confidence in the matter. Have you lived here for very long? It seems like you have this place pretty much sorted out.
She quickly waves her hand in front of her face to dismiss the notion. It's nothing like that. I've attended Yamaku since the start of high school, but I didn't walk around the city very much because Akira, my sister, picked me up and dropped me off.
Oh, right. You mentioned not living in the dormitories until recently. It's quite a surprise. I just assumed she'd been living here since entering Yamaku at the least, which would give her a few years here.
I have lived with my family for most of my life. Then I was just together with my sister. With my family having moved to Inverness long before, and Akira working longer hours, I ended up having to move.
Inverness? Isn't that somewhere in Scotland?
Oh, did I not tell you? My family currently lives in Scotland, the birthplace of my mother. My father's side is mainly Japanese, though.
Huh. The question of what gave Lily her looks did cross my mind every now and again, but I never thought to ask. That answers that, then. Hello? Sorry, that was my phone going off with a Discord notification. Whoops. To be honest, I'd never have guessed. Considering you have no accent, I'm guessing you were born here?
Full marks. I am thankful for my heritage, though, as without it I'd likely have not been taught English so early in my life. And what of you, Hisao?
What about me?
She gives a moment's thought. She probably should have thought of what to ask me before switching the topic. I'll go with... What are your plans for the future?
To be honest, I haven't thought much about that recently. After my accident and subsequent months in the hospital, enjoying my life here with you and Hanako has been enough for me. In fact, I don't think I've thought at all about a future for some time now. It seems almost futile.
This is your last year of school. After this, you'll have to fend for yourself one way or the other.
It's not like I don't know that. I just haven't put much thought into it since then.
She opens her mouth to continue, but gives a small sigh instead. She seems to have realized that she really doesn't know enough about my situation to go too deeply into this. Well, we all have our own pace. I just hope you'll take any chance you see.
I understand. I'll think about it. As we walk back out into the city, Lily takes hold of my arm once again.
So, did you get any good ideas for a present?
To be honest, no. I've never been very good at picking them.
As absurd as it sounds, perhaps we should just look around?
Hearing Lily utter those words throws me for a moment. Right. How do we do that?
That's just the reaction I was expecting. It's simple. You can go window shopping and just tell me what's around. If something interesting comes up, then we might get an idea.
Right. I'm still not so sure of this, but I'll take your word for it.
I think we'll manage. Hanako, my sister and I managed to do it well enough.
With Lily's simplistic and rather optimistic statement, we set off into the shopping district of the city, and I start describing everything I see to Lily. It's hard to think of Hanako going window shopping. She doesn't feel like the type to place much stock in fashion, nor have I noticed her reading magazines or the like. In fact, all I think I've really seen her do as a hobby is read books. There's a houseware shop just ahead. Looks like it's mostly crockery, though.
I can't think that she'd have much of a need for that. And what type of message would that send to her?
Cook more food? That's not such a bad idea, maybe.
Sometimes it's best to leave these things alone, Hisao.
Once again, I get the feeling that Hanako's exploits in the kitchen aren't always successful. Lily must have had to help her with that sometimes. Let's see, next along's a bookshop. That seems like a good one. She's always reading.
Yes, but there are a few problems with books. I'm not quite sure what she has and hasn't read.
What about a gift card, then?
There's nothing as impersonal as giving someone a gift card. It's like saying, I don't know enough about you to work out what you'd like.
I always thought of it as making sure they got what they wanted.
Giving people gifts is supposed to show them the level of affection you have for them. If you can't decide on a simple gift for them, then how much could you think of them?
Right. No gift cards. Lily seems overly passionate about this, but I can see her point. If you're going to get something for someone, then you should at least put some thought into it. If I want to get something for Hanako that reminds her of us every day, then what good is a gift? Oh, wait a minute. If I want to get something for Hanako that reminds her of us every day, then what good is a gift card? In that case, what did you get Hanako last year?
A porcelain doll. I thought that if she had someone to talk to, it might help ease her pain. A doll isn't ever going to criticize her after all.
So should I be looking for a doll shop?
If you could be so kind as to keep a lookout for one, I would be grateful.
Sounds good to me, though I wish you'd mentioned it earlier.
But if I did that, then you wouldn't have started thinking for yourself, would you?
Once again, Lily has a point. My brain is currently analyzing every store we pass for gift options. If Lily had mentioned a doll shop to begin with, I wouldn't have thought of anything else. We wander through the city streets, but seem unable to find anything that resembles a doll shop, or anything that I could consider a fitting present. The simple act of searching is starting to clear my head. The events of last week are starting to fade away, and I'm looking forward to giving Hanako her gift. If I can find one, that is. This is hopeless. I thought we'd be able to find something in the city for sure. And I'm sure we've walked down the street at least once before.
That almost sounds like you're giving up, Hisao.
I'm not, but it's a lot harder than I thought.
Try not to be so restricted in your thinking. Maybe we should actually go into some shops and have a look around.
That might work. I've never really been any good at window shopping. Lily and I circle around the city streets once more, this time popping into stores to catch our attention. In the end, though, nothing comes up as especially appropriate. Hanako's tastes are often quite hard to pin down at the best of times, thanks to her intensely private nature, and those tastes we do know are hard to accommodate.
May we take a break for a minute? I'm a bit exhausted.
I agree, and leave Lily to rest against the railing while I go to get a couple of drinks from a nearby vending machine. After walking up to the vending machine and grabbing myself some lemonade, I find myself at a bit of a loss. Not really knowing Lily's taste, I decide to take a guess and grab something that seems a little girly, but not too weird. Strawberry-flavored milk. Ichigo milk. Back.
I walk up to her and place the carton into her outstretched hands, making sure she has a grip on it before letting go. She feels out its contours before opening it and taking a very tentative sip, her approving smile afterwards telling me I've made the right choice. We both rest and have a quiet drink for a few minutes.
Oh, there's a phone.
A familiar soft ringing begins to sound from Lily's side. She quickly apologizes as her hand goes into her pocket, pulling out her mobile phone. Do you mind if I take this?
It's fine, don't worry.
She nods to me and thanks before turning away and flipping the phone open, bringing it to the side of her face as she picks up the call.
Excuse me.
Going by the tone of Lily's voice, the person on the other end is no doubt some friend or another. I tune out their conversation pretty quickly, as the snippets that Lily says make it... Excuse me. I tune out of their conversation pretty quickly, as the snippets that Lily says make it sound like little more than gossip. Without much else to do, I find myself watching Lily. She really is a pretty girl, which would hardly hurt her popularity in school. It's interesting just how much Hanako and Lily contrast with each other, in both personality and appearance. For a few minutes I just lean back and drink, watching her. Before long, Lily says her goodbyes to the person she's talking to and hangs up, placing her phone back in her pocket and leaning back against the railing as before. Sorry, just a friend from class. I take one final swig from my can before throwing it into the bin. Lily gives me her carton to throw away soon after, finishing it off relatively quickly.
You seem to have a lot of friends.
Oh? Lily waits for me to continue, her interest piqued.
I was just thinking that you and Hanako contrast really heavily. It's hard to imagine Hanako doing a lot of the things you do, or knowing the people you know.
You seem to think about Hanako quite a bit.
I don't know, it's just... She's mysterious, I guess. I kind of want to know more about her, which isn't that easy.
It almost sounds like you were doubting your relationship to her.
I don't think it's that. I just want to do more for her, being her friend and all. I don't even really know how she sees me.
This statement seems to interest Lily quite a bit. I wonder if Hanako said anything about me to Lily during their conversations. I'm about to ask what's on her mind. She picks herself up from the railing. Shall we be off then? Her voice and expression show that she's playing games with me.
Lily knows damn well that she's leaving me hanging.
With a sigh, I pick myself up off the railing as well and have a brief look around. We have stuff to do, so I'll just try and get back to her about this later. Tucked in between a newsstand and a convenience store and a small shop. Tucked in between a newsstand and a convenience store is a small shop. The sign above the door reads Othello's Antiques in decorative English script. It would be easy to miss if we were walking along the street, but since we're stationary and I'm purposely looking around, it's just noticeable. Say, Lily, that doll you got Hanako, was it new? Well, yes, but I'm not quite sure I know what you mean.
I think I found our shop. It's across the road.
Oh? What is it? Some kind of toy shop?
It's an antique shop. I think it's probably going to be our best bet.
Really? I didn't know we even had one of those near here.
Neither did I. I missed it the first time we went by here. It's pretty well hidden.
Well then, it can't hurt to check. Inspired by this new find, we quickly dust ourselves off and head towards the store, Lily's hand finding its way to my elbow for guidance. The store has a strange musky scent to it. The layout is more like a garage than a store. Things are strewn around the floor without any immediate semblance of order.
Oh my god, this man. It's actually kind of rare that we see, like, you know, not NPCs. It's kind of rare that we see, like, characters that aren't girls. Oh.
Okay. The shopkeeper gives us an almost bored look through his particularly small eyes. His face looks weary and tired, and his dress style is distinctively anachronistic. He gives us a polite nod of welcome before going back to his book. Lily holds tightly onto my arm, and I find myself having to split my efforts between making sure we don't miss a potential gift for Hanako and making sure Lily doesn't inadvertently bump into anything. The task is quite difficult given the haphazard way the store is laid out, and the many things poking out of the shelves they're on or sitting on pieces of furniture. But eventually we safely arrive at an old desk covered in dolls and teddy bears. I think this is the right place. There's pretty much every kind of doll you can imagine here. That should make the choice much simpler. Could you please pick one for me, Hisao? I had a feeling that it would come to this. I picture Hanako in my mind, and try to imagine which of the dolls before me would suit her the best. My eyes wander across the collection. Each one is as exquisite as the one before it. The sheer number of styles is boggling, but eventually one catches my eye. Here, what about this one? I pick up a small porcelain doll that looks to be at least somewhat affordable. Dressed in a Victorian-era green dress with a little brown hat sitting atop its blonde hair, it looks a little like Lily. I gently pass it to her, who delicately feels her way around the object while wearing a look of slight concentration. It certainly feels beautiful. Do you think it would suit Hanako in your opinion? I think it would. It could look good in her room. In that case, I'll trust your judgment. Will you be getting her something as well, or shall this be a shared gift? I'm not sure. I think I should get her something myself, but I don't think getting her another doll is such a great idea. Maybe... I let my voice trail off as I look around the shop. Resting on a writing table not far from us is a decorative box that catches my eye. Wait here, I think I found something. My, that was fast. I gingerly walk through a collection of crystal glassware and pick up the box. The wooden sides are covered in carvings depicting ancient battles around a castle. The top, however, looks far too familiar. Excuse me. Alternating squares of white and black varnished wood are arranged on the lid. Oh, fuck. Now I gotta come up with a new voice. That's a really nice... Oh, wait a minute. That's a really nice item. It's a chess set from overseas. You fuckhead. The store owner's sudden appearance startles me a little. I didn't see him approaching at all. I suppose he's trying to help us because we don't really look like we know what we're looking for. Or, on the other hand, maybe he wants to keep an eye on us because he suspects we might shoplift instead. Okay, sure, a blind girl knowing how to shoplift. Alright. I'm looking for a present for a friend. I see. In that case, this chess set would make a fine choice. Realization floods into my mind. This is a pretty good-looking set, but this is an antique shop. They're not well known for their bargain prices. How old is this? This is a reproduction. My best estimate is that it's about 5 years old. I see. How much? He thinks a little before telling me, which is slightly disconcerting. I'll let you take this now for 7,000 yen. Holy shit! That's $70, by the way, like, roughly translating it into American money. I balk a little. I wasn't expecting to spend that much, but this does seem perfect. Then again, maybe that's a testament to how well he worked out how much he can make me pay. Couldn't make it 5,000? 5,500, no lower. So $55. I mean, to be fair, that's almost like
That's almost half. I don't think that makes sense. I'm sold. Oh, also, we'd also like to get that doll. The store owner looks over my shoulder, focusing on Lily and the doll in her hands. His eyes narrow, and he visibly takes a moment to switch mental gears. In the process, his smile drops slightly. Ah. I guess that means not everything in his store is a reproduction. Are you quite sure that you want that doll, miss? I trust my friend's judgment. I see. Oh, no offense. None taken. If you could please wrap it for me, it would be appreciated. Yes, of course, but it is 20,000 yen! That's $200, by the way. Lily reaches into her purse and presents 4 crisp-looking 5,000 yen notes. Here you are, 20,000 yen. He's like, what the fuck? The storekeep dutifully takes them and the doll and proceeds to the counter. I take Lily's arm to guide her there. Are you sure about this? It's okay. I have the funds I need. As I said, I trust your judgment. I feel a little guilty on 2 fronts. Firstly, because Lily has just spent a lot of money on my recommendation, and secondly, because I have a feeling the value of my gift isn't high enough. Nevertheless, Lily does seem to get somewhat awkward whenever the mention of money comes about. I mean, to be fair, like, I kind of get it. Like, that's like, well, this doll cost a lot more than my chessboard, so that means that the value of my gift is worth less than hers. But it's like, to me, it's like, bruh, you still spent like $70 fucking on a chessboard, something that looks to be very beautifully made, and that you know she would enjoy. Like, I think if anything, like, to me, that shows that, like, you know, that it carries a lot more sentimental value than it would, like, monetary value. And that is just as important. I hand the shopkeeper my present and the money for it in turn. He puts the cash into the register before busying himself with wrapping the doll and repeating the process on the chessboard. Eventually, he finishes the gift wrapping and hands us both our presents. Please be careful on your way back, and do come again. Thanks. Indeed, thank you very much. Fuck, I can't speak. I think, to be fair, like, I've been doing this for almost 4.5 hours. I think it would only make sense that my mind starts to just lose the concept of language. The store owner bows deeply to us as we leave. Well, it did take us all day, but we found something in the end. That we did. Now that the presents are wrapped, I'm feeling a little impatient to give them to Hanako. It's a common reaction to buying gifts, wanting to see the reaction of the receiver as they discover what it is. And part of me wants to return to Hanako just to confirm her condition with my own eyes. So, should we head back? Let's. We've done a lot of walking today, so I shan't mind taking a rest back at the dormitories. Lily's right. Now that the need to find a shop is over, my legs are feeling quite tired. Well then, back to the school for us. I'm looking forward to resting for a bit too. Lily holds out her arm, and I link mine with hers. Together, we make our way back to the bus stop. All right, I think I might take I think I might take just a short break. I do gotta go to the bathroom. So I will be right back. So please just give me a moment. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, let's get back into it. Got a new scene. Muto reads equations and formulas to us one by one, in his usual unenthusiastic monotone, directly from the book. It's possible that he might be excited about what he teaches us. Sometimes he can display an awkward spark of passion for it, as if he's starting to get into the material. Most days, however, are like this one. What we're covering is fairly simple, so I find it increasingly difficult to keep my concentration on him. It's not too long until my legs begin aching again, which only makes it even harder. I'm almost starting to regret walking around the city yesterday with Lily. Since leaving the hospital, I've done very little physical exertion. Walking to and from the local corner store hardly counts. Despite Emi's attempts when I first arrived in Yamaku, I've largely given up on the idea of ever returning to my old level of fitness. I have little doubt that's why walking around town for so many hours has made me quite so sore. It's depressing, and it reminds me of one more thing I can't do since I had my heart attack. It makes me feel pathetic. Alright. Now, Ikezawa? It's odd for Muto to ask Hanako a question, but not unheard of. She quickly jumps to her feet, a little startled, and immediately pins her eyes onto him. She knows that Muto calling on her is rare, so all eyes in the classroom are going to be on her. This way, she doesn't run the risk of making eye contact with anyone else.
Yes?
In this particular example of a redox reaction, the combustion of methane reaction actually produces one more product than is listed. That product is... Even though it's a softball question, she timidly waits a bit before answering, biting down slightly on her lower lip as if to keep her concentration.
Heat?
Well done. This is an exothermic reaction, but the reaction giving more heat than is put into it. There we go. Receiving a nod from Muto, Hanako takes her seat once again and gives a relieved sigh. A shaky start, but it's something. It'd be nice to take her out for her birthday, somewhere different from the usual isolation of her room and the tea room. With the progress she's made until now, I don't think she'll have much of a problem going to the city. Right then. For the remainder of this class, I'd like you to work in groups of 3 or 4 on the problems in Chapter 12. I'll be here if you need me. Muto sits down behind his desk, pulls some loose sheets out of a folder, and starts on some kind of paperwork of his own. I thought teachers were supposed to do that kind of thing after class, not during it. That's how you know this is a Japanese high school? Because, bruh, American high school teachers do that all the fucking time. They be doing paperwork in the middle of class. Oh, shit. Regardless, I look to my right to pick out someone to form a group with. Given the 2 smiling faces hovering near mine, I don't think I'm going to get much say in the matter. I suppose we have a group then.
Hichan! You want to work together? Okay! That's great! It's really been a while!
The class begins the process of noisily shuffling the desks around, with Shizune doing the same as she puts hers in front of mine. She's a little lucky to not be able to hear the din of the classroom, which is loud enough to cause some discomfort.
Truth be told, working with Shizune and Misha is probably a good outcome. Shizune and I are pretty good at this subject, and Misha has really nice handwriting. Aw, this fucking shadow. As I look to Misha, I notice a tall figure behind her. The shadow catches Misha's attention as well, and she turns to face the dark-haired observer.
Good afternoon, Hanako!
Hello? Aw, that's so sweet. That's so good. Seriously, a socially awkward person like her approaching the group, like, that is very praiseworthy. Shizune finally notices Hanako, after looking up and following the gazes of Misha and I. In quick measures, she taps Misha on the shoulder to get her attention before signing away.
Shichan says if you're looking for a group, you can join ours.
That's nice. Aww. Hanako looks down and blushes a little at the offer. Out of all the people in the class, Hanako's most familiar with the three of us, so it's reasonable that she'd come to us first. Then again, her actually coming up to a group with the intention of joining them is something she apparently very rarely did before. That is a mouthful for me. Seriously, anyone who has really bad social anxiety, like me, oh my god, that is really praiseworthy. She leaves briefly to drag her desk over, and Shizune and Misha wheel back to me as soon as her back is turned. Especially with these two, where it's like, you know, they talked about how she doesn't really do a lot of group work. It's like, they must notice that, like, wow, she's actually coming to us with this? That's interesting.
I guess we get to play again, Hichan. You hardly ever play with us anymore.
I wonder why. You two always seem to have some ulterior motive.
That hurt, Hichan. I'd almost think you were insulting me. But it's Hichan, so I know that you're joking.
Such a great sense of humor about it. It'd be awful if someone were to take advantage of your good nature, like making you help them with their work. Shizune seems excited for a second, a little surprised that I'm willing to challenge her, but when she sees Hanako coming back, she backs off with a smile. I guess the mind games are over early today. Hanako gently sets down her desk in front of Misha's. Her eyes are locked downwards, and I'm left wondering why until I look around the class. Uh-oh. Most are busy setting up their own groups, but a few are casting curious glances at her. At this range, it's hard to tell whether that's where their interest in her ends or if they're talking about her as well. It's strange. No one bats an eyelid when Hanako runs out of class to avoid group work, but now that she's making an effort, they're staring at her as if she's done something wrong. I mean, to be fair, like, I think it's more so just surprise at the fact that, like, she's actually, like, doing this instead of just, like, sitting by herself, you know? I mean, because again, like, I mean, imagine that you know this one kid who's usually very alone, right? They usually stick to themselves. They don't really join in on anything. Like, they pretty much are like the loner. And then all of a sudden, you know, and you get used to it. And then all of a sudden, one day they decide that they are gonna hang out with someone, or you know, or socialize or whatever. You would think that's a little weird. God knows I've probably done that when I was in school. We all move to sort ourselves out, spreading our textbooks and worksheets around the larger surface created by the 4 joined desks. It isn't long before the class as a whole gets down to work.
Hi, Hanako! It's nice to finally work with you!
Yeah.
Are you the reason Hichan has been avoiding us lately? Shichan says it's a little rude, but if Hichan wanted to spend time with a cute girl, it's understandable!
I don't think it's like that. Uh-oh. Hanako starts to fidget, unused to this kind of attention. I think that an ordinary person would drop the conversation by now, but Misha is like the antithesis of Hanako. Part of that includes being blind to ordinary social cues, while Hanako is overly sensitive to them. The autistic experience? Because of that, Misha barrels ahead with the questions, too quickly for me to get a chance to interject and guide the discussion somewhere more comfortable.
Really? So, he wasn't hanging out with you yesterday?
No. I could feel my cover being blown already. Lily didn't want Hanako to know that we were out buying presents for her, let alone planning out her birthday party. It wouldn't be good for her to find out. Yeah, I was doing something else. You know how it is.
Really? I wonder what was so important for Hichan to blow us off like that. If it wasn't to spend time with Hanako, then what could it be? It's really interesting.
Now this is starting to feel like an interrogation. I'm surprised at how Misha is able to exert such a feeling of pressure without actually intending to.
Were you with Lily?
Out of nowhere, Hanako manages to stumble on the answer. She may be dreadfully quiet and shy, but she's very intuitive. What makes you say that?
Yesterday, Lily said something similar.
Oh, shit.
Suspicious! Hichan! I demand that you explain yourself!
Hey, shouldn't we be doing the assignment?
But it's so mysterious! Even Hanako wants to know!
I turn to look at Hanako. It's true. From the expression on her face, it's obvious that she wants to know as well, and I think we're past the point where I could weasel out of having to provide an explanation. I apologize to Lily in my mind. She really did want to keep it a secret, but now it doesn't seem possible anymore. I feel a rush of conflicting emotions, so jumbled that I can't readily identify them, but they crash around in my head as I try to calm down and speak. All right, I'll tell you. I went into town with Lily, but it wasn't what you think. Lily and I were, for Hanako's birthday, we were... The cat is out of the bag, but it looks like Hanako is taking it a little better than I thought she would. A brief silence passes around our little group as Shizune and Misha look at each other sheepishly. I can tell that they didn't expect their game to turn out like this. Yeah, pretty much they were expecting us to say we were on a date. When it's like, oh shit, never mind, we were stupid. Misha looks up to Hanako in order to apologize, then pauses. Hanako is staring at the middle of her desk and barely moving, a maudlin expression on her face. I guess I was wrong about her taking it well.
Hanako? I'm sorry.
There's a few seconds pause, but Hanako lifts and shakes her head.
It's okay.
Her expression looks odd, like she's very tired. That doesn't seem natural, but it's nothing alarming. Nobody really wants to continue with the current conversation, so we open our textbooks and begin our group work. This is pretty dull. While the equations we're supposed to work out as a group will take a while, most of it is going to be boringly mechanical. It also doesn't help that while that didn't go as bad as it could have, it's left an awkward atmosphere around us. Still, we manage. Shizune's face betrays that she has about the same expectations of our work as I do, and the two of us begin to write our group's results. Misha, on the other hand, is scrunching up her lips and very visibly trying to make heads or tails of what we're doing. Hanako is looking on quietly, absorbing what we write and what I say. She usually has the same expression when the teacher speaks. It's a shame her attendance is so unreliable, but the way she takes in information, I think she'd do quite well in class, if she actually followed the lessons regularly. I wonder if this might be why Shizune seems so hard on her.
Hey Hanako, do you understand this?
Misha looks to Hanako, but I suspect her hope is more to find a comrade in ignorance rather than genuine help.
Not really, I guess.
I'm surprised by how tense she is in answering, but she settles back down. She breathes out, and the way her upper body and head lower reminds me of a deflating balloon. You okay? I could go over this bit if you want. Hanako shakes her head slightly, but then again, I don't think she needs the extra explanation despite what she said. Misha quickly interjects, entirely oblivious, and I end up slowly going through how we ended up at one of our results, step by step. Times like this remind me that this kind of work may not be mechanical for everyone, but rather feels that way to me due to my grasp of the subject. It's a satisfying feeling. As Misha brings her balled fist onto an open hand in realization, I discover another nice feeling. My explanation got through to her, and she manages to work out the next equation by herself with a minimum of guidance. Throughout all of this, Hanako is unusually unresponsive. She's normally very quiet, but one can still see her eyes roving periodically over the landscape of the classroom in front of her, or anxiously moving her hands in some way, or shifting her shoulders periodically. Right now, these small movements that I've gotten used to seeing are all missing. Someone not moving at all is definitely weird. Even Misha can tell there's something wrong.
Hanako? Are you sure you're okay?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm fine.
A little more strongly this time, but she turns away as she says it. It only makes me doubt her answer, yet at the same time, I can tell she doesn't want to talk about it further. Having already had one very awkward conversation today that I'm still not fully over, I don't want to pursue the matter too much either. We settle back into our routine, debating over our answers whenever a doubt comes up, but as time goes on, I notice that Hanako isn't talking at all. It's frustrating. She had made so much progress. It makes me a little angry at Shizune and Misha for undoing the surprise Lily had wanted to keep secret so much. I know I'm at fault too. Maybe I could have kept it under wraps somehow. Shizune has noticed Hanako's silence as well, and is also getting antsy. I can see it on her face. It's strange that even though she's deaf, Shizune has perceived Hanako's unusual quietness sooner than Misha.
Hanako, you're being too quiet! You have to contribute too! Someday we might work on a bigger project, like one that's so big it's worth celebrating afterwards, like with ice cream or cake! If you act like this, we won't take you along!
I can tell that they're trying to tease her to bring her out of her shell, but I don't think that kind of approach will work on Hanako. It'll just make her feel worse. Guys, don't tease her like that.
Hey, Chan, it's all in good fun! Shi-chan says she teases everyone anyway.
They do back off, though, with Misha moving away from the issue by asking me a question again. On seeing how difficult the problem she's working on is, I don't know whether it was a skillful dodge or mere coincidence. It takes way more of our time than necessary, because Shizune keeps disagreeing with me while I'm trying to explain it to Misha, and Misha is quick to believe her over me. So quick, in fact, that she forgets to translate what Shizune is saying. Hey, the clock is kind of ticking down. We should speed up a little.
Hey, Chan! You sound a little like Shi-chan there!
Just because I looked at my watch? Jeez, is that really all it takes? Time management, and suddenly I'm the student council president? Uh-oh. I look at Hanako's desk to see how she's doing, and freeze. Our papers are covered in equations, but Hanako's only halfway there. It seems like she hasn't written anything in the past 20 minutes. When I realize that, I want to kick myself for how dumb I've been. I should have known that someone as fragile as Hanako wasn't going to just brush off what happened so easily, but I've been too eager to move on from an awkward situation to notice. She's been slowly shutting down for the last half hour, and I had no clue. Her pen is still in her hand, but she doesn't slowly spin it around like she usually does. There isn't a single idle movement from Hanako. Only the fact that she tries to inch away when she feels Shizune and me looking at her tells me that she's even still conscious. We look away, and at least in my case, it's partly out of shame that it's gotten to this point. Though on the outside she is shut down almost completely, I know that it's a different story on the inside. What kinds of things could she be thinking about as she tries harder and harder to shrink into herself, as if by willingness she could somehow disappear? Everyone is looking at her now, stealing quick glances in between putting the finishing touches on their work. Misha attempts to ask her what's wrong, but that only makes the problem worse. If she weren't frozen to her seat, she will probably run out of the room right now. Oh. Misha's questions are loud enough to be heard throughout the entire classroom, and for a second I'm ready to snap at her, because I can only imagine how much worse it's making Hanako feel. Of course, if I were to do that, it would only make the situation worse. I'd believe that Hanako had gotten stronger, and she has, but it wasn't enough, and I was too eager to believe it. Now she's terrified, alone in the middle of the classroom, and there's nothing I can do without drawing more attention to her. It's infuriating. Misha's worried, and even Shizune is biting her lip. None of us know how to deal with this situation, so I decide to call Muto. His judgment would probably be better than ours. Yeah, so basically Hanako's having a panic attack right now. She is not having... Yeah, they're pretty much describing, she is shutting down. Basically she's having an anxiety attack. And unfortunately she's not coping with it very much. I look up and manage to catch his eye, silently motioning for him to come over. I want to make as little a fuss about this as possible, since if there's anything that would make this worse, it's more attention being focused on her. I know that Hanako can see everyone staring at our group, specifically at her, because they know that there's a problem, it has to be her. Everyone knows it's her. Everyone knows her, and it's the first thing anyone's mind would leap to. Her reputation for being a truant has marked her as an unusual person, even an unusual Yamaku. Who knows how many times they've stared at her before. Maybe it's because she's seen the class staring at her so much that she fears their gazes like she does, cowering from them. The time it takes Muto to walk over must be like an eternity to Hanako, and she looks as if she's about to fall over. Muto quietly begins to ask us Muto quietly begins to ask us what's wrong before catching himself as he sees Hanako.
Did we upset her?
Don't worry. Muto bends down after calming Misha and looks intently at Hanako's face. Hi, Ikezawa. Can I help you at all? His voice is hushed and gentle. Everyone's acting so differently around Hanako now that the whole class has noticed something's wrong with her. Hanako doesn't respond, so Muto gently rests a hand on her shoulder. Oh. She starts shaking at his touch, but won't even look up. Hanako continues to stare into the equations on her desk, visions so unfocused that I doubt she even sees them. She's worse than before. I remember that not even an hour ago she was able to talk to him almost normally. Muto grimaces a bit as he stands again, and now that his expression's changed, I can see he wasn't exactly unaffected by what happened either. He takes a breath to settle himself before speaking in a very quiet voice. I'm a little impressed at how quickly he takes control of the situation. Is that it? Nothing's wrong then. Muto seems to say that to no one in particular. However, his words sound convincing enough that most of the people who are looking over at Hanako now turn away, getting back to their work. He gives a quick glance to his left and right. Several people at the desks around us are still staring curiously, but other than that, we seem to have escaped attracting too much attention. Muto notices me doing the same as him and smiles a little in his usual stilted way. I think, for Ikezawa's sake, that it would be good to quickly take her somewhere away from others. Nakai, Hakamichi, could you please take Ikezawa out of the classroom? I'll keep everyone settled, so please don't worry about anything but her, okay? He looks at Misha to tell her to interpret his words for Shizune, but she's already finishing her translation by the time he does so. It's remarkable how little thought she needs to sign, as she still looks quite dazed otherwise. Nodding, Shizune and I stand and move to either side of Hanako. Muto steps back to allow us some room, and talks to the table behind us as some people there have begun to mutter between themselves about what's going on. We look at each other before lowering ourselves in unison, taking one arm around each of our shoulders and lifting. The two of us begin to walk, at a slow pace to make sure we don't inadvertently hurt her. As much as we try to make this look normal, I'm quite sure there would be many more gazes on us if not for Muto's distraction. Eventually, thankfully, we reach the door and go through. Nobody's outside, so we walk down the hallway. It doesn't seem like it's making her more at ease than she was in the classroom. Finally, I ask if she wants to just sit down. For a while, we simply stay in place and wait for her to say something. Shizune tentatively rubs Hanako's shoulder a little, but there's no response. Eventually, she shakes her head a little when Shizune tries again. Both of us are looking at her, so we pick up on it immediately. Shizune's hand again comes to rest on Hanako's shoulder as she awakens, her face lifting to two very worried and anxious people looking at her. She looks at us silently for a while. I'm initially worried she might freak out or do something extreme, but those fears prove unwarranted as her expression slowly changes from an almost lifeless blank state to a more normal withdrawn shyness. She wordlessly lowers her head, her eyes evasively moving to the side. She looks embarrassed, almost ashamed. I want to say something, anything to help. I can't, though. I don't really know what just happened, or even what caused it. I feel helpless, and ashamed of myself for not being of any use. Shizune sighs before looking at me. Even without words, I think I can tell what she's asking. I'll take Hanako to the nurse. Is that okay by you? I try to communicate my intentions through hand gestures, but I don't feel like I managed to get through to her very well. Shizune makes a dreary face in response to my gesticulations, confirming my impression. She stabs her finger in the air decisively, first at me, then at Hanako, and then towards the stairs. She waits for me to nod before pointing at herself, then pointing at the door to the classroom. I get the feeling Shizune is much better at this than I am. I nod at her, since her plan is after all the same as mine. Shizune gets ready to make her exit, but she only leaves after looking at Hanako for quite some time. Are you okay with me Okay, I need a drink. I think that's what's going on. All right. Are you okay with me taking you to the nurse's office? Hanako doesn't say anything or nod, but she stands up in place by herself, and when I begin to walk, she obediently follows. I've read about people being catatonic before, but I think this time I'm seeing it for myself. She looks extremely tired. After everything that's happened, it's not a surprise. After Hanako silently takes off her shoes and lies on the bed in the infirmary, the nurse and I take our leave. He shuts the curtain behind us. We both take a seat, and I quietly and thoroughly go through everything that happened in quite some detail. I want to understand what happened, and the nurse has as good a chance as anyone of knowing. He nods throughout my explanation, his face looking troubled as I finish.
It must have been very troubling for you to have seen all this.
I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. I get that she fainted, but I don't really understand anything about why it happened or why she's acting like this. He nods, but his face is clouded. You don't know either?
Well, yes and no. It's complicated. I assume you've heard about the concept of patient confidentiality at some point. This is a bit of a minefield in that respect. I'm going to put this pretty bluntly. This is a matter for Ikezawa, me, and her therapist.
I move to protest, but think better of it. I want to deny what he says, but if I think this through rationally, what he says makes perfect sense. I understand.
Good. I wish I could help you more, but I think what Ikezawa needs right now isn't somebody prying into her past or her emotions. She just needs somebody to be there for her. She needs a friend. For what it's worth, I think you've done well in bringing her here. Sounds like you and your friends dealt with the situation well, too. I'd give you a lollipop or a sticker as a reward, but you might be a little too old for either.
He gives a cocky grin, obviously trying his best to lighten the atmosphere. I'm not really in a laughing mood, but he does manage to get a smile out of me. Thanks. Do you mind if I stay here with Hanako?
I appreciate the thought, but I think it would be better to let her rest for now. She'll be let back to her dormitory room this evening, so you can visit her then.
I agree with him before standing. It feels like all I can ever do around the nurse is humbly agree to what he says. But it was the same with the doctors in the hospital, too. The walk back to the classroom is a long one, my mind feeling heavy under the weight of so many things happening so suddenly. Even as I re-enter the classroom, I'm thinking about Hanako. My stomach feels like it's turning into knots while I think about how to deal with her. I still don't know what I'm going to say when I see her again. Thankfully, the class doesn't pay me much heed. There are a couple of questioning glances, but overall not many people seem to be very aware of what happened. Muto raises his eyebrows to get my attention when I pass by his desk.
Nakai. Wait a minute, Nakai. I take it Ikezawa's in the infirmary now?
Yeah. I took her there and the nurse said I should let her rest. Muto nods, assuring me that I made the right call. He scratches his chin for a second before rising from his desk.
Everyone, I want you to continue with the exercise. Nakai, I'll see you in the hallway, please.
His speech is hushed, but overall he doesn't seem to be acting too differently from how he usually does. Being a teacher, maybe it's to be expected. As we go out into the hallway, I notice him taking a quick glance left and right to check if there are any students milling around. The hallway is nearly soundless, but I can't think of anything except waiting for Muto to speak.
Nakai, what do you think the purpose of this school is?
To cater to the needs of disabled students? Muto scratches his head as he shakes it.
No. If we wanted to do that, we would have built a whole new school from scratch. One floor, talking whiteboards, that kind of thing. Look around, Nakai. This school is about giving you all a future that you would have been denied in regular education.
Huh?
Think of it this way. If we wanted you to graduate and go straight into a hospital, do you think we'd put in this much effort?
The bluntness of Muto's statement temporarily stuns me, causing me to forget about the immediate situation. No. That's right. We want you all to leave here as useful members of society. I'm not quite sure I'm following you. I have high hopes for you, Nakai. You're possibly the first student I've had that gets my lectures. That isn't something that a teacher should be admitting so freely. You could easily take your studies of science well into university. Have you ever considered that? I can't say I have. Well, what have you considered? For your future, that is. I can't say that I've put much thought into my future. For a moment, I'm distinctly reminded of Lily questioning me about the same subject. It's only been a little over 5 months since I was gasping for air on the ground. It's too soon to be thinking about the future. And besides, Hanako's problems seem much bigger to me right now. Muto gives a disapproving sigh before continuing. Think of this place as an opportunity. Here you have boundless facilities, good teachers, plus the added bonus of the nurse and his staff. You should be doing nothing but thinking of the future. Right. As I raise my head to meet his gaze, a thought occurs to me. It's almost like Muto totally sidestepped the issue at hand. Excuse me, but why do none of the staff seem to care when Hanako skips class? I've seen you watch her walk out of class more than once. Shouldn't you at least say something? Well, Nakai, it's not really that simple. Every student here has special needs. If it weren't for that, then we wouldn't have a school here. For example, I wouldn't keep you in class if you were having trouble breathing, would I? But that's not... Muto cuts me off before I can even think about finishing my sentence. Ikezawa's case is very much like that. But instead of CPR or a pacemaker, what she needs is time and space. The faculty was made aware of this from the day she arrived here. Thus, whenever she feels the need to leave classes, we let her do so. And even though she isn't a star pupil, she seems to pass all of her exams, so it hasn't affected her ability to study. Isn't that enough? I open my mouth to protest, but I can't find a fault in his argument. While her condition does at first seem to be wholly physiological, its worst effects have been on her psyche. It still puts me off, though. Isn't he just passing on the responsibility for her problem? Surely she can't go like this for her entire life. I understand that you might not be used to this kind of thing yet. It's been a big change for you. That said, it's less than a year until graduation now. Maybe you won't have to get used to this school. If you keep your head down, I'm sure you'll do well enough on your exams. I numbly nod. More to simply acknowledge that I'm listening than out of agreement. I felt like I was getting used to this school, but it feels like it's just been thrown back in my face. But what about Hanako? I hope, that she'll perform well enough to do what she wants to do. What that is, I don't know. Not all students leave school with an idea of what they want to do, unfortunately. He takes care to emphasize the last word, as if it wasn't quite clear enough already. It gives me a moment to mull his words over. Today's been a troublesome day for you, and I doubt you'd be able to concentrate much anyway after all that's happened, so I'll allow you to take the rest of the day off. Your grades have been good in this class so far, which makes me think you won't have any trouble catching up on what we've been doing. He gives a small smile along with his praise, as if to make up for the seriousness of his lecturing before now. Go collect your things, and I'll see you tomorrow. Right. Thank you. Muto's roundabout speech has left my thoughts scattered. I'm still not any closer to working out what I can do to help Hanako, if anything, and my mind is all the more confused after what Muto said. I'm also still bothered by the fact that Hanako is helped at least as much by Shizune, her enemy by proxy, as by myself, but I don't know whether that is just male bravado or a genuine concern. While I collect Hanako's in my things from the class, I continue to try and sort out my feelings. I want to say that I understand her, and that I'm there for her, but while I might have been able to say that just yesterday, I can't say it now. I wish I could. The thing is, right, is that, like, obviously Hanako suffers from trauma. You know, again, like, the idea of, like, her house burning down and giving her severe burns, and then, like, no shit, she's traumatized. And we are going to find out more about that later on, but but the thing is, right, is that, like, anyone that has extensive trauma like that can tell you that, like, it is hard going through life with that, I mean, don't get me wrong, Hanako is lucky and fortunate enough to have a therapist there, to help her through it. But it's still pretty hard, Like, let me read the text here. Oh, Jesus. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, it's like, I mean, don't get me, but, like, the thing is, though, is that, like, Hanako, I mean, again, as Muto says here, like, what she needs is time and space, which I imagine is just, like, she needs to have some time to gather her thoughts, some space, to help her with that. Like, basically, like, again, trauma is a very complicated thing to, like, deal with. Everyone copes with it differently, and and obviously, one way to cope with it may not work for another person. And the thing is, right, is that, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm gonna say, like, that, yeah, Hanako needs to learn to, like, I don't want to say cope with her trauma, but you know what I mean, like, processing it, but it's also, like, processing that shit takes a long time, can take a long time, like, it's hard, and, and the thing is that, like, it should be up to her on when she wants to go, like, again, I think if anything, right, like, the fact that she has been making progress, and that's good, and all that. She had been making progress, and that's good, and all that. I don't know, I don't necessarily understand, like, why Hisao is, like, it could just be because of the fact that he doesn't really understand a lot about trauma, and thus, is kind of, like, having this judgment, but obviously, like, dealing with trauma is a very complicated matter, and and the thing is, though, is that, yeah, Hanako had a anxiety attack, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all the progress is now gone. Hello?
I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of interesting that, you know, Hisao is continuing to be like, I don't know if I could be there for her. Blah, 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 blah. Alright,
I lay on my bed, trying to collect my thoughts. After Hanako's panic attack, I found myself fundamentally reassessing the relationship we share and what I know about her. I had a hard enough time dealing with 4 months in the hospital. One look at her scars tells me that she was in one for a lot longer than I was. Be that as it may, I know next to nothing about her past. She's told me about the house fire, but only in the most basic way. And what of her family? I still haven't asked Lily about them. There hasn't been a good opportunity to bring it up. I don't know where she grew up, or what her old school was like, nor of her past friends, her wishes and ambitions, not even her tastes in music, food, and movies. All the little things that I knew about all my old friends. Just what have I been doing for all this time I've been with her and Lily? In the distance, I hear the bells signaling the end of classes. With any luck, Lily will soon realize that neither Hanako nor I are around, and return to the dormitories. My mobile phone starts to ring, cutting my thinking short. It quite startles me, as I've rarely been called since coming to Yamaku. God, look at this old Nokia phone! Hello, Hassan Nakai speaking. Oh, Hisao, I'm glad I found you. You weren't at any of our usual places, so I thought this would be the fastest way to contact you. I probably should have guessed it would be Lily, as she's one of the few people I've given my number to. Even through the phone, her voice sounds slightly on edge. Hanako and I left class early. She had some kind of panic attack. The line goes silent. If it weren't for the background static, I would have thought Lily had hung up on me. I understand. Could you come by my room? I'd like to talk with you. Sure, I'd appreciate the chance to have a bit of a talk, actually. Good. Good. I also have some bad news. I think we should discuss this in person. It's hard to grasp the seriousness of the situation from Lily's tone. She sounds so calm most of the time, but that could be a good or a bad thing, depending on how you look at it. Okay, I'll be right there. I collect Hanako's school things from my desk and head straight for Lily's room. I rap my knuckles on her door and she soon calls me in. Lily sits at the table inside her room, looking a little worse for wear. I guess that's because of the bad news. Following her gesture of invitation, I sit across from her and lay Hanako's things on the table. Well, there's no point in either of us waiting. Would you mind going first, Hisao? What happened today? My memory of the incident is already beginning to fade, but I explain it as best I can to Lily. Inviting Hanako to work with the group, Shizune and Misha's questioning, our foray to town getting discovered, and the subsequent panic attack. I add Shizune's reaction almost as an afterthought, but Lily seems to take some kind of comfort in hearing about it. I guess rivals don't become rivals for no reason. There must be some history there, but now isn't the time to explore it. I see. She had said her therapist sessions were helping, but I had my doubts. It's quite a shame. Her birthday has caused problems before, but I'd hoped that she would have improved with you around in the more intensive therapy. Where is Hanako now?
I don't know if I like the... I don't know, maybe... I don't know if I like that idea. The idea that, like, basically, like, you know, her, you know, that her, and that, you know, trigger-induced anxiety attacks, panic attacks, whatever you want to call them, like trigger-induced attacks would get better with therapy. It's like, I don't know. I don't like the implication of that. It's like, I feel like it depends on the person. Like, I mean, I guess like in this instance, if it's her birthday, that is a trigger. It's like, well, she's gonna have to learn to like manage it. I mean, don't get me wrong when it's like, yeah, I do think it is for the most part, I think it is like, I do think you should learn how to manage your triggers if it's like, you know, common, if that makes sense. Like if it's something that you're going to run into in your life, you know, frequently. But I don't know if I would necessarily say that like her having an anxiety attack because of this trigger is necessarily a setback. I don't know, like, is it a bit disappointing? Maybe, but I don't know I don't know. Last time I saw her, she was in the infirmary. I guess she's gone back to her room by now. She wasn't in the library or the tea room when I checked, so I can only assume that too. You said you also had some bad news. What's the matter? Does it concern Hanako? Lily shifts her position, the body's way of saying she's searching for the right words. My aunt has fallen gravely ill. I'm afraid I'm going to be heading back to Scotland to visit her and to spend some time with my family. What? Is she alright? When do you leave? I'm not altogether sure of exactly how she's faring at the moment. Though last I heard she was stable. I'll be leaving Saturday. It's the earliest flight that I could get. Stable. That's code for needs to stay in the hospital. I've been stable long enough to know that, and to know that it doesn't necessarily mean someone's in good condition, but merely treading water. On the upside, stable is much better than critical condition. At least she's not on the brink of death. Stable. That's a relief. Yes, but this means that I won't be here for Hanako's birthday. I wanted to tell you now so we could think of something before we told Hanako. But after today's events, I'm not even sure if there's going to be an issue if we simply cancel the party. I don't think that's such a good idea. Hanako already knows that we were planning a party now. To go back on that seems like the wrong thing to do. Also, we should do something for your going away, right? You make it sound as if I won't be coming back. If all goes well, I should only be away for a week, though possibly 2. That's one relief, at least. With that in mind, what do you suggest, then? Given the circumstances, I don't think karaoke is really appropriate. You're not going away for the greatest of reasons, so having too much fun would feel wrong. What did you do for her birthday last year? Last year, I literally couldn't get her out of her room. She'd locked the door. All I could do was leave food outside for her, making sure that she was at least eating well. This is perhaps the most depressed I've ever seen in her Lily act. I feel sorry for her, given how defeated she must feel to be unable to help her closest friend. Perhaps it would be better to throw the party before you leave, then. That does sound like it would be the easiest option. I think we should at least tell Hanako, both about your trip and her party. I have her things from class as well. That's a good point. Should we go and visit her now? I think that would be a good idea. Part of me is dying to see Hanako. The last time I saw her, she looked like death walking. And these last few hours have torn me apart just thinking about that. We quietly get up and file out of Lily's room. Hanako's room is next door in the same hallway. Knocking lightly gets us no response, but the door proves to be unlocked. Lily pauses for a moment as the handle unexpectedly moves under her hand, before opening the door. Hanako's room is startlingly bare and monotone.
There are no decorations on the plain white walls, a plain dark blue blanket, and only a few books, papers, and purely utilitarian items on the shelves. Even her bed sheets are monochrome. The entire room feels as subdued as Hanako's character. Hanako herself is laying curled up on her bed. She may not be crying now, but her eyes are closed tightly to stop herself, and the tracks left by her tears still sit on her reddened cheeks. I quietly walk in and set her bag down on her desk, afraid of startling her too much. "Hello, Hanako. Hisao told me about what happened today. Are you alright?" Hanako's eyes open, though only a little. I'm okay. She tilts her head slightly to look at me, noticing my grimacing before I can hide it. Sorry for making you worry. Really, I'm fine now. She really doesn't look nor sound okay, though at least she seems more calm than she was before. She still looks as if the slightest breath could emotionally break her. I said it before, right? You don't need to be sorry for this. Hisao's right. I shouldn't have hidden something like a birthday celebration from you. I see Hanako shiver at the word. Lily picks up on the silence that follows, and crouches down to Hanako's level. I'm the one who should be sorry, Hanako. Hanako's eyes open to peer at Lily. She looks at Lily for some time, taking in her face with those dark, analytical eyes of hers. Lily must have made the right impression on her, as Hanako recovers enough to prop herself up on the bed and shift to sitting on its side. Hanako worries about many things, but troubling others is foremost among them. Hearing Hanako shuffling, Lily moves forward and feels out the side of the bed, eventually taking a seat beside her and taking Hanako's left hand in both of hers. The feeling of me being out of place when the two are together has lessened in the time that we've known each other, but it's still occasionally very much there. This is one of those times, I think. Lily, if you want me to go... I don't want that. Lily and I are both surprised at Hanako mustering her courage. A half-mumbled, okay, is all I can give her in reply, and I take her desk chair to sit in. Hanako, I'm afraid I have some bad news. So Lily's going to break the news now. With Hanako having affirmed our relationship so clearly, perhaps Lily thought the timing was good, or at least as good as it will ever be. My aunt has fallen ill, so I need to return to my family for a time. Concern replaces Hanako's remorseful expression. Your family? You mean in Scotland, right? That's right. Akira and I will be leaving Saturday. So you're going away? I won't be gone for long. Probably only a week or two. I'll be back before you know it, and Hisao will be here, right? That's right, I'm not going anywhere. Hanako seems to take only minor comfort in this, but she does manage to summon some resolve from somewhere inside her. Is your aunt going to be alright? I'm not sure. Silence falls. It's depressing that the thing to truly bring Hanako out of her rut is another's misfortune. I decide to bring up the other matter that brought us here, to distract at least in part from the dismal feeling permeating the air, the room. Anyway, we were thinking that it would be a good idea to have a going-away party for Lily, and it could double as... yeah. I cut myself off before mentioning her birthday, as that seems to be a trigger for such fierce emotions within her. Lily gives Hanako's hand a gentle squeeze. Is it all right by you, Hanako? It won't be anything lavish or overdone, just something small in my room.
So just in the school? Just us?
That's right, just the three of us. If you like, I could ask Akira to come as well.
Okay. You're only going for a week.
1 week or 2, yes. I promise you it won't be any longer.
Okay.
Most people would be upset at hearing about a friend's family member falling ill and happy at having a party. But with Hanako, it seems that both events are on the same level. Alright then. You look like you need a rest, Hanako, so it might be best if we all went back to our rooms for now. You know that if you ever want anything, you can always talk to me or Hisao, right? Lily's voice is pensive, an unusual edge for someone as confident in herself as she.
I understand. Thank you, Lily. Hisao.
Well then, good night, Hanako.
Night.
I let out a long breath after the door closes behind us. It feels a little like I've been deep underwater, and only now I've been able to come up for air. Lily doesn't seem to be doing well either. She looks pale and drawn. Are you alright? I'm just a little tired. It's been hectic recently. Have you slept at all? A little tired sounds like an understatement given how you look. I think I managed to get a couple of hours of sleep before class. I'll be okay. I feel bad about pressing Lily right now. I think both of us are pretty tired from everything that's happened as well. I think you should get some rest. It's been a big day, and staying up isn't good for your complexion. Thank you for your concern, Hisao. Good night, then. Okay. Night, Lily. I leave Lily in the hallway as she opens the door to her room, and begin to make my way to my own. As I walk down the quiet hallway, I can't get that image of Hanako out of my mind. Huddled and pitiable, lying helpless with tears on her cheeks. I began to think that she was just a normal, if extremely shy person, but her problems run much deeper. Trying to take our relationship further than what we share now, when she's so fragile and vulnerable, wouldn't be right. I don't need to be more than her friend in order to protect her, to try and stop anything like this ever happening again. The possibility of my feelings for her going beyond that doesn't matter anymore. Hanako is precious to me, and that's why I can't take advantage of her. But even so, there's still that sting I feel when I think that way. For now, I need to sleep. Tomorrow, hopefully, will be a better day. Da-da-da, ba-da-ba, 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 ba-da-ba. Alright, I think we'll leave it off there. Let's see. God, we have so many fucking scenes.
Oh my god. Whoops. Okay. I was like, what? The fuck you mean 21%? No. Okay. We have a lot of scenes still to get through. But yeah, so I think with that last conversation we had, it's starting to slowly but surely look like, I think you can tell what the deconstructed character archetype is for Hanako's route, for one, and two, what the main conflict between Hisao and Hanako is. Because because there is this whole because with each of the girls there is like a conflict of sorts that that does give like a pretty important lesson to to learn from, but also to kind of like show like exactly like why, and like basically I don't know how to put this because it's like I don't want to like spoil what the conflict with Hanako's route is. Because I feel, but I think that last conversation where Hisao's talking about how it's like, I don't want to go beyond friendship with her because, I care about her as a friend, blah, 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 and protecting her, like, I think you can tell already what I think that's just a hint at the conflict that happens with her. But, yeah, like, pretty much, like, we'll probably discuss more of that conflict as we get further into Hanako's route, but for now, I think it's time we just quit. Because God knows my throat is starting to kill me. But hey, you know what? We got through Act 2, and I think we're about halfway through Act 3? Maybe. Maybe we are. I don't know. And, something I need to, say, I am probably gonna have to turn the sex scenes back on. Because it turns out that there's important story and character story in, there's important stuff. There's important stuff. Oh, hi. It's like I just, it's like I felt the tail. I felt her tail just brush up beside my legs, and I was like, what? Oh, I thought you were jumping up on the tray. Hell, I can finally turn this up again. It feels like forever. But anyway, yeah, but yeah, we're getting there. When did I have 3 viewers? Holy shit! I love it. We love it here. But yeah, I decided to go a little bit further tonight because I felt bad that I took so long in getting back to the game during my break. That I was just like, it might be better if I just did this. Whoops, I was trying to get the chat up and accidentally opened my files. But, yeah, so that was good for tonight. I feel like I did not do a lot of talking during the gameplay, but I think that was just because it's like, that's the thing with visual novels is that like, I tend to do more reading as opposed to talking. And granted, don't get me wrong when I say like, that when it comes to reading, it's like, it prevents dead air and keeps my mind occupied on something. But I also understand that, like, I don't know if that's a good... I don't know if, I don't know, it's just... But yeah, obviously the next month's stream is gonna be more Katawa Shoujo, and we're... You know, for a minute I thought we were gonna get through 2x tonight. Nope. Let's see, when's the next, let's see. Oh, that's interesting. That might not be possible, actually. Sorry, I was looking at, December, and, the last Sunday of December is the 25th, which is Christmas Day. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea. So, I might have to do it just in, on the 18th instead. I might have to do the next Katawa Shoujo stream on the 18th. Obviously at the same time as always, but it's just gonna be, like, there. Because I know people are gonna be busy with Christmas and all that. So... Excuse me. But I just remembered what I was talking about earlier. I have to turn on the sex scenes because, there's actually important plot and character development that happens in those scenes. Especially for Hanako, of all characters, so I am gonna have to read out the sex scene. However, I will keep it censored. And, I might have to mark when an 18+ scene is happening so that, like... So that way people know to avoid it? I don't know, we'll figure it out. I mean, at the very least, though, even though we are, like, on, like, what a lot of people consider to be the most emotional route, at least there's only, like, one sex scene in Hanako's route, and it's towards the end of her route, too, so... And I say this because, the other girls, well, as far as I'm aware... yeah, Hanako has one sex scene. I think Emi has the most at 4, I think. You have sex with her a lot. I think... How many does Shizune... I think Shizune has 3, maybe? Lily, I think, has about that much as well. And I think Rin might only have 2. I don't remember exactly. It's been a long time since I've played all the routes of this game. And yes, it is pretty weird that I remember. But I mean, listen, you don't forget... Listen, you don't forget. You don't forget. You don't forget, you know, your first instances of porn. Of visual novel porn. I mean, for fuck's sake. I brought this up last week in the Genshin tier list stream where it's like, I've seen a lot of porn of some of these characters. And some of it's been good porn. Just on Twitter. So, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, so, more of Katawa Shoujo on the 18th of December. God. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? I mean, hell, if I wanted to, I could just fucking stream Honey Pop. I got the game installed. The only problem is that it's like, I literally would not be able to show off like a core part of the gameplay because it would be going against YouTube's terms of service, community guidelines, and I could get banned. However, I should express that, there are Honey Pop playthroughs on YouTube that do feature it, so if you want that, that's your option. I'm just not going to go for it. But anyway, I think we need to start wrapping this up. So, thank you all for joining me on this. I hope it was fun. I mean, we managed to get through a lot, I feel like. And I will see you all at the next stream. And it's gonna be the final stream of 2022. So that's gonna be even funner. I guess the only thing I have left to say is, you know, have a good night, a good week, and a good, well, beginning of the holidays, because God knows that's gonna be hectic. And I'll see you all at the next Katawa Shoujo stream.